Okay. Once again, good afternoon. I mentioned that we'd be back here at 2:30. This will give folks a little extra time to join us. I'm Tom Brannon. Hope you're having a great Saturday. Active weather day across the state. We're going to go over the watches and warnings we have. In case you haven't heard, in northwest Arkansas, the game has been delayed till 4:30 because of the storms. We'll get to radar here in just a few moments. Thank you for watching across all platforms, THV11 Plus, Facebook, as well as YouTube. And I got to thank those YouTubers out there for watching this afternoon. It's a wild bunch of folks out there on YouTube that like to watch. So a big rowdy howdy to the YouTube followers. We're going to give folks a few extra minutes to join us as well as we update what's going to be going on this afternoon. Now, the storms are still to our west, not quite in the THV11 viewing area, not just yet, but they're in western Arkansas. Let's go over those watches we have for you this afternoon until 6 o'clock northwest. The counties that you see in magenta, that does include Russellville, Hot Springs, Clinton, Mountain Home. Severe thunderstorm watch. In southwest Arkansas, it's a different story. Not long ago, the National Weather Service out of Shreveport put forth a tornado watch until 9 o'clock for southwest Arkansas. The only county that is within our THV11 viewing area is Nevada County. So if you are watching us out there in Nevada County, you're under this watch until 9 o'clock tonight. So we're going to walk you through radar and what else is going on out there. But first, let's cover the Hog game. The Razorbacks play this afternoon at 4:30 now. Yeah, the game's been delayed a couple of hours because of the weather, so they've made what I think is the wise move, and they're pushing the game back to 4:30. Certainly some good news there to keep folks safe. All right. So with that in mind, kickoff temperature will be around the upper 60s, numbers falling back into the lower 60s by the time 7 o'clock rolls around. 4:30 kickoff because of the line of showers and thunderstorms. In fact, I'm going to take you up there right now. We're going to take a look at a camera shot out of northwest Arkansas. It's been raining up there pretty heavily now for the last couple of 3 hours. Thunderstorms producing some pea-sized hail near the Fayetteville area. So we have had some strong thunderstorms. They've been non-severe, though, to this point. Weather impact alert continues for your Saturday. We issue these when we know there could be some dangerous weather down the road. We had an advisory earlier in the week because it appeared as if this would be disruptive in nature, and sure enough, not only disruptive, but possibly dangerous. So make sure you stay alert and informed. Have the THV11 Plus app. We're going to be streaming off and on all afternoon this afternoon, especially as that line gets closer to us. Simone Thomas will be in here later. She will have a look at your forecast tonight. We do have a newscast at 6:30, weather permitting, and weather may dominate that newscast tonight at 6:30. A line is strong, 2 severe thunderstorms capable of producing some damaging wind gusts, some hail, and possibly a brief tornado. That's why we have that tornado watch in southwest Arkansas. We had a few cells develop out ahead of that line. The timing is going to be now until about 9 o'clock in central Arkansas, but the timing for the severe thunderstorm watch is until 6. The tornado watch is until 9 o'clock. That does not include Pulaski County, not yet. We are now beginning to see this line evolve, and it's moving out of Oklahoma into western Arkansas. Again, there are no watches, or warnings, I should say, within this line. We've got to know the difference between the watch and the warning, and I know the difference. I'm looking at 2 or 3 different things right now, trying to keep up. But the main thing I want to point out is it's still a low-end severe weather threat kind of day. But as that line moves to the east, it's going to tap a little more instability, may become stronger, and we'll have some embedded areas where strong wind gusts will come together as well. You can see cells in Saline County. Those are just showers. There might be a rumble of thunder there. But we're really more concerned about what's happening in southwest Arkansas. These individual cells that are developing in Hempstead County, not far from Nevada County, they will bear watching as they get stronger. There is some tornado parameter there, but it's not a whole lot, but enough that does give cause to concern, or cause for concern, I should say. Here's the radar loop. Over the last hour, this line of storms pushed in out of Oklahoma roughly around 1 o'clock, and over the last hour, the line is moving to the east. Individual cells developing in that line moving to the northeast. Non-severe right now. Still have a ways to go this afternoon. We could see a few strong to severe storms. Our severe weather risk is a low end. It's a 2 out of 5. It's been that way all week leading up to today. There may be a pocket or two of some stronger storms. Southwest Arkansas is one of those places. Severe weather outlook hazards. We've got wind gusts in excess of 60 plus miles per hour or greater, quarter-sized hail possible. But that really, I think, is for the western part of the state. We become more of a wind-driven type of situation for central in eastern Arkansas. Brief tornado can't be ruled out, not out of the question. It's a low wind threat, but about a 5% likelihood. So if you break it down, the storm impacts today, you've got damaging winds in the low category, you've got large hail in the low category, tornado minimal, as well as flooding. But this could be a nice rainmaker for us. Couple of 3 inches of rain or more, northern and northwestern Arkansas, 1 to 2 inches plus in the central and southern part of the state. I do want to take a moment. You can come back to me, Mr. Perry. By the way, Perry Black joining us this afternoon. He is our director, and we've got Mr. Corey Evans, who's helping us with our digital platforms, making sure that you have what you need this afternoon: Facebook, YouTube, and of course THV11 Plus, free download to your smart TV, and you can access that. If you have a Samsung TV, it's just in the apps category, just download it. Amazon Fire, Apple, those are ways you can also download THV11 Plus. So the tornado risk, it's very low, but it seems to peak here in this area of southwest Arkansas. And that may be one of the reasons why. You've got enough tornado parameter in the southwestern part of the state, so the Weather Service down in Shreveport is responsible for those southwest Arkansas counties, and that may be the reason why we have that watch. Little Rock is responsible for most of this part of Arkansas, Tulsa in the northwest, and that's where we have the line of storms currently. Let me walk you through the timing. This is 2:30 this afternoon. You still have that area of white here, and as we see the line kind of catch up and overrun that parameter, there's still a little over south and south central Arkansas, but not much more Pine Bluff, Little Rock north. It's going to be more of a wind-driven event. This is by 6 o'clock. So the line of storms could possibly be through the Little Rock area between 5 and 6 o'clock. Timing will range just a little on either side of that time period, 5 to 6 o'clock. And then on the western side of that, we still have the cold front that's going to push through. This is more of a dry line or a little surface trough out ahead of the front. We still may have a storm or two move out of Oklahoma into northwest Arkansas. That's what it looks like by 10 o'clock tonight. The game should be over with. Starts at 4:30, should be wrapped up by 8 or 8:30. I know that we're pinpointing just a little risk over here, but I think the threat really drops off. I wouldn't be too concerned about that. It's what's happening out in advance of that main line. And some storms are also possible there in Mississippi. 1 or 2 storms could be strong to severe. And that's it for your tornado risk for quite a while, we hope. Now here's the current surface map. And again, I mentioned earlier in earlier streams that we would probably see the storms begin to accelerate in that line, and I think that's what we're looking at. That line is now in west central Arkansas. There are counties in west central Arkansas that are under severe thunderstorm watches right now, but again, as that line moves through, the severe weather threat is going to diminish. We're going to keep a close eye on the southwestern part of Arkansas. Here's our frontal boundary. I could probably draw it a little closer to Arkansas, but out ahead of that front, looks almost like there's a surface trough, but there's also a little area of low pressure, and it could be this low that is tracking to the northeast. It developed late last night and early this morning along that frontal boundary. So that's what satellite radar looks like, along with our watch boxes. Again, the yellow is a tornado watch. The pink is a severe thunderstorm watch. The severe thunderstorm watch until 6, but I think we're going to see an extension covering most of central and eastern Arkansas. Here it is, 2:30. I think by 4 o'clock we'll see that extension. And the tornado watch in southwest Arkansas, kind of a wait and see kind of thing and approach on that. Future radar, the HRR has been updating this afternoon, and it goes through a couple of updating cycles throughout the day. We're getting what's 12Z data that's coming down, and the HRR is updating. It's 2:22. This is from 2 o'clock, so let's take it a little further, 3 o'clock. And again, the game in Fayetteville's been moved to 4:30. So 3 o'clock, there still could be some activity in the form of rain, could be heavy at times in the northwestern quadrant. And then you've got that broken line coming together here through west central Arkansas. This is by 3 o'clock. It's currently 2:22. That seems fairly accurate. The timing of these models coming together is what's been tricky the last several days. Here we go. We're moving to the 5 o'clock time period. We have newscast at 6:30. We've got Big Ten football happening at 2:30. And if we do have a tornado warning, just want to let you know that it's more important that you get that warning for your family than it is for whoever's playing on our main channel. But I'll be nice about it. I'll jump in and I'll tell folks to come join us on THV 11 Plus. And Perry, let's keep a note of that. And if Corey, if you're listening as well, because we might just try to keep streaming here for the afternoon while we can until Simone comes in. I may let her stream just a little as she gets her forecast ready. But if we do get a tornado warning, we'll pop in on the main channel. We'll tell folks about it. We'll jump off and come back over to our digital platforms and go from there, because I know that a lot of folks are watching college football this afternoon on THV 11 at CBS, as well as the other stations are running collegiate athletics. This is the 5 o'clock time period. We go into motion. Let's take you a couple more hours down the road. 7 o'clock, it's in northeast, east central, eastern Arkansas, and I think by 7 o'clock we may see a lot of this begin to wind down. We've lost the daytime heating and then stability. By 8 o'clock, a little closer to the Mississippi River, and by 9, 10 o'clock, it should be out of the state. And this area associated with the frontal boundary sweeping in behind, and there could still be a few showers lingering on the back side of that. And then tomorrow, beautiful weather conditions return. This is by 7 o'clock in the morning. Breezy northwest winds, drier air, cooler temperatures, finally feeling like fall. As far as rainfall amounts and totals, I think we could all use some. We could probably use a couple of 3 inches. That would really help. We haven't had much lately, but this is what the HRRR is indicating between now and Monday morning at 8:30. We've jumped ahead 24 hours, but you can see, and this is all going to take place tonight and tomorrow morning. We could be picking up a couple of inches here and there. Some will get less than others. I think they've had more than 7/10 of an inch in the northwestern part of the state. Those are just projections. Again, the timing of everything. We get a lot of questions about timing. So we're going to break it down for you. So everybody come to your TV and look, or look at your computer screen, whatever you're watching us from this afternoon. The timing. And thank you watching in Bismarck. Bryant, thank you. Searcy for watching. Yes, stay safe, everyone. This is the timing. We got thunderstorms occurring now. This line would indicate a 5 o'clock time period for western and northwestern Arkansas. Could be a little quicker than that. And then from 2 o'clock as well here. So ending by 5 here in central Arkansas by 2, ending by 9, but beginning by 4, as early as 4 o'clock. So there's a timing differential there. But the main thing you want to look at here is the timing for your area. So from 2 to 9, Batesville, Searcy, Conway, Little Rock, Hot Springs, Arkadelphia. It could begin a little after 2, could begin around 4 or 5, but certainly out of central by 9 o'clock tonight. But then it shifts into eastern Arkansas. So that is our timing. And that's what we get asked most about. It could be that you've got Halloween parties going on tonight. You got outdoor events and activities. I heard of one yesterday. I heard that there was an outdoor wedding taking place. They did have a plan B. We always say have a plan B. It's not our goal to wreck your plans. Trust me. We just try to give you the best timing opportunities to, hey, maybe you move your wedding to the morning hours. If you had a quick one right now, 226, within the next couple of hours, the storms will probably be in central Arkansas. You throw those valves up, you do, I do, and there you go, right? And I know this time of year, a lot of events and activities and festivities, outdoor kiddie sports, pumpkin patches, hay rides, cornstalk mazes, you name it, it's happening. And that's why we had the weather impact alert for the weather like this. Line of storms moving through, much needed rain, probably don't want the severe weather. But I've got great news. And after we see the rain come to an end, for today, weather impact alert day, next week, at least through Wednesday, dry conditions, comfortable readings, possibly a little rain chance toward the end of the week. Models are going back and forth on just how strong of a system this could be, but the numbers, temperatures in the 70s. We haven't seen 70s in quite a long time, at least consistently for more than a couple of days. It seems like we're getting those fall-like numbers a little later in October rather than the beginning of the month. So I think someone has missed. Yeah, I probably have. Kelly, I probably have fingers on a keyboard. I do that all the time. Folks, I get happy. Just a quick story I'm going to tell on me. Let me go back up to the top here. We'll get back to the watch box here. Let me just share this with you. Would you believe I got kicked out of typing in high school? Would you? Yeah, for what? What do you think? Talking too much? Yeah. So I didn't develop that skill of typing very well. So that's probably on me if I got a little happy on the keyboard. Let's see. Okay, I don't see that. Well, maybe maybe somebody else did this time. All right, so let's say hi to Denise, Elizabeth, and Polly watching Heber Springs, watching from Little Rock. Denise, hope you're having a great afternoon again in the Little Rock area. It's going to be, I'd say, a 4 to 7 time period for the line of storms moving in. The severe thunderstorm watch for this part of the state till 6 o'clock. It's until 9 o'clock over southwest Arkansas, those counties in yellow. That was placed by the National Weather Service in Shreveport. And just to give you an idea of the responsibility area, Arkansas has 5 areas that are broken up. You've got the National Weather Service in Little Rock that covers the most area of the state. Northwest Arkansas, Tulsa, Southwest Arkansas, all the counties here are controlled by Shreveport in terms of the warning responsibility, except for Nevada County. In Southeast Arkansas, you've got Ashley and Chico counties that are the responsibility of Jackson, Mississippi, and Memphis has the rows of counties that include Jonesboro, West Memphis, and those areas, Wynn, Forest City. So that's why sometimes warnings are issued or watches are issued and you may not see it for your area just yet. They play catch up. We appreciate our National Weather Service offices. They help us and hopefully we can help them a little bit, but they're responsible for putting these watches and warnings out when they feel like the parameters or the ingredients are there for severe weather here in Arkansas. So you've got that. Hopefully if you're just joining us, it's 2:29, right at 2:30. This is what's happening currently. We're going to spend a little bit more time on radar. Again, I talked about the Razorbacks being moved to 4:30 this afternoon. Let's spend some time on radar, shall we? Let's find your location. What's happening in your world? In your world as we speak, this is the live radar picture. I've got radar from Little Rock and Fort Smith going. That line is beginning to pick up some speed. I thought it may accelerate a little bit. Let's take a closer look at it. You can take it full for me, Mr. Perry, if you don't mind. I will say that right now, there are no severe warnings right now. So we're going to find some wood, knock on wood. We don't want to jinx it. Storms or rain still occurring in Fayetteville. Looks like it's beginning to slack off just a bit, backing off there. Still cloudy and wet. They'll get a period of time where everything will kind of settle down a bit. And then the focus will really shift here over western Arkansas. Got a little area of rain that's happening near the Saline County, Garland County, Hot Spring County area. There's a little more lightning here now over Saline County. It's non-severe, but we'll keep an eye on it. Storms may grow and become stronger throughout the afternoon. And just to the west, you're talking about storms now moving into the western end of Montgomery County. Mount Ida right now is fine, but there's a pretty strong storm there near Mount Ida just to the west. And as long as we can keep these storms in a line, it's more of a wind threat, less of a big hail threat, less of a tornado threat. But in southwest Arkansas, there's a little more tornado parameter. The ingredients are there. And that's why there's a watch that's out for places like Nashville and Hope and Ralston, Texarkana, Magnolia. Those counties and those cities within those counties have a tornado watch. But the line itself extends from Texarkana all the way up through Johnson County, Clarksville area, Russellville, Dardanelle, Dover. It's just off to your west. Ozone getting pretty good shower. How about St. Paul, Wharton, Edwards Junction? Notice we're beginning to see some of the rain slack off in northwest Arkansas, although there's another area of moderate rain just to the west of Fayetteville at this time. But that's what I-49 looks like, traveling from Winfrey up to Lowell. And if you have family up there, want to know how things are going, or want to know the latest weather conditions, not only are we streaming here in Little Rock, our sister station, KFSM, meteorologist Scott Covert, Chief Meteorologist Scott Covert. You're familiar with Scott. Used to be our morning guy here. Got a nice promotion, went up to Northwest Arkansas, doing great things for those folks up there. So you can catch him. If there is a guy that will stream weather, it is Scott. And he's on right now, and his team is on right now, and they're keeping you up to date on what's happening in the northwestern part of the state. Let's go back to west central and central Arkansas. Notice Little Rock just to the west of us here. And Perry, if you would, I'll keep talking here, but if you wouldn't mind finding an RDOT cam or an iDrive cam looking to the west of us, or get our camera positioned to where we can see that cell. It's almost due west of 630. We can see a little bit of the cloud base. It's getting darker outside. But if you live in Clarksville, if you live in Logan County, maybe you got plans up on Mount Magazine up there, probably getting a good little lightning show. That line of thunderstorms continues south through Waveland, Granville, Arkansas, and western parts of Montgomery County. I'm going to go to a loop now. This is a 1-hour loop, and something that really sticks out to me the most is the fact that the lightning is more concentrated in southwest Arkansas. So the storms are stronger over the southwestern part of the state. More activity developing on the backside of that, hopefully non-severe. I really think once that line moves through your area, the threat of severe weather is going to drop off. And if you want to, Perry, let's take that shot you got that's up on our main tower cam outside and take a look over Little Rock looking westbound and off to the west part of and you're doing that, if I would look at the right camera, off on the western part of your screen there, you can see how the sky is beginning to darken a bit. That's where we find that shower or that growing thunderstorm. I am going to pull up our weather PC and Storm Track 11, get it going just in case. I won't use the camera out of Northwest Arkansas anymore, but we'll go back to Storm Track here in a moment. And this will also help to give us an idea of where the hail is occurring, who's getting the strongest wind gusts. I'm just looking around here, there's not much in the way of hail. It's all going to be some strong winds. Looks like the strongest wind may be occurring right now over in western Montgomery County. That's our camera shot there. I see Tracy from Saline County. There's Elizabeth from Jacksonville. Yeah, there's some thunder out to your west. Let me go back to radar, and I'll take it down into Saline County. Tracy lives out over Saline County, THV11 viewer. This is what's going on just to the west of the Benton-Alexander area. This thunder shower developed northern part of Clark, Garland, Hot Spring County. It's moving to the north-northeast at pretty good motion, and that's going to take it over western Pulaski County. And yeah, could produce some small hail. It's a growing thunderstorm, but it's heading into an area that doesn't have as much tornado parameter. So I'm not as concerned about that right now, but I want to look at something real quick. Those of you with kids have that Life 360 app. I'm hoping my kid was at home. I hope she's in Conway now. Good. She went back to college. Okay, good stuff there. Grab a sip of coffee. Thanks for joining me this afternoon. You're watching THV 11 Plus. We're also on Facebook and YouTube. It is currently 2:35. We're just going to stream along with you. That line of storms is now pushing into our viewing area, THV 11 viewing area, and soon we'll be in the Little Rock metro area. We've got a couple of individual cells that I'm sure the Weather Service is keeping an eye on. Just west of Pulaski County over Saline, central Saline, and northern part of Garland and Hot Spring County. And let me pull up what they're saying about it in Little Rock. They're keeping an eye on those or not. Let's see. All right. Moment of awkward silence. How about that, folks? Yeah, strong thunderstorm, strongest thunderstorm. Okay. Okay, I-40 looking west, Crystal Hill exit area. Thank you, Perry. Weather Service said just moments ago, strong thunderstorms continue. Western Clark, Pike, Hot Spring through 315. I mentioned that Montgomery County probably had the strongest wind, but they're also keeping an eye on those storms in Pike County. Let's go back to radar on Max 1, Mr. Perry. Perry Black joining us this afternoon is helping us. He's kind of directing things. He's the guy that has control of things. I'm just the guy that has the radar. Yeah, but those storms are looking a little more nasty in southwest Arkansas. This is the area that has the tornado watch tonight until 9 o'clock. But the good news, congealing into a line, if they would just line up, that would be great for everybody. Because I certainly, and I know you too, severe weather season, it seems like it never ends, right? Well, it's picking back up again. This is our second season. The strongest thunderstorms currently occurring out of our THV 11 viewing area, except for getting close to Nevada County. See, Hope, Hempstead County might have a few viewers down there, but for the most part, these folks pick up Shreveport. A couple of them might pick us up. Polk County, Mena, that line of storms is now to your east. So the worst is over for you for the meantime, but there's more activity on the western flank there. That line is really humming along, folks. It's moving quickly. Let's get it in here and get it out of here sooner rather than later. All right, I'll go back to the Weather Service here in just a few moments. Just checking on things there. Tamron, good afternoon. Tracy, Gina, North Little Rock, good to see you guys here joining me this afternoon on THV 11 Plus and on our Facebook and YouTube platforms. And normally the YouTubers get to see us late at night, early in the morning when it's snack time. Yeah, we can take a moment, just visit for a few minutes if you're watching and you're afraid of the weather. We've been talking about this. Hopefully you were able to, you can come back live if you want, Perry. Hopefully you folks took this seriously. We've been talking about it all week. And this is a good time to explain the weather advisory or weather impact advisory as compared to an alert. As we grew closer in time, we could see that the models were consistently putting a low-end chance of severe weather in the state. Since it's been a while, since it's been several months since we've really had to deal with it. Our severe weather season seemed like it went through June, July this year, and we had a couple of rogue tornado warnings back in June. I was out on the summer serial drive tour, and I know Nathan had to deal with a couple of storms that went tornado warned. Well, we haven't really had much since then. This time of year, we normally would have some rain. We haven't had a whole lot. We'd like to get some rain. Some of the trees are still green. A few of them are turning color. It'd be a beautiful fall if they would. So we have to deal with this line of storms. Non-severe, we mentioned over the last several days that it's a very low-end threat, isolated severe weather threat. And within this line, there would be some damaging wind gusts of 60 plus as the line got stronger, and it still has a pretty good chance of getting stronger during the afternoon hours. Although with the cloud cover now covering up a good part of Arkansas, that helps to limit the unstable atmosphere, limited instability, but there's still enough left there for thunderstorms. And judging by the way the lightning looks, those blue lightning icons, the storms are stronger here. Not as much here, but there is a strong storm in southern Johnson, Logan County, western Yell County. And if you live in Saline County, that's a potent little thunderstorm. That's going to move over western Pulaski County, eventually passing through and maybe just to the west of Ferndale into Faulkner County and Conway County. But look how quickly that line is moving. It's 240. I think that line is going to be in the Little Rock area if it continues this pace by 5 o'clock. Wouldn't be surprised. Maybe even a little earlier than that. And some clearing taking place out here over west. When I say clearing, the rain is stopping. It's backing off a bit now. Fort Smith with a few light raindrops, but Mena is now out of the heavy rain. Again, quick line, get an inch, maybe an inch and a half or two. That'd be great, right? Let's go back up to northwest and north central Arkansas. For those of you joining us there, there's an area of low pressure with this boundary, and there's some upper level energy with it. That's what's swinging through here. It's moving northeast. That enhanced the rain for a little while. It is looking better here, I-49, Fayetteville up to Rogers, but another slug of some moderate rain there west of I-49. You've got Newton County, Jasper, Marshall, Searcy County, Pope County, some showers here, some thunder rumbling back out over and west of Russellville near Clarksville this afternoon, up toward the Jasper area. Getting closer to central Arkansas. And here we go. That's a better viewpoint, better viewing of the folks that pick us up. Thanks again for watching us on YouTube and Facebook. And Joyce asking about Jacksonville. Joyce, 2 minutes ago. Thank you, Joyce. Central Arkansas, Cabot, Jacksonville, Little Rock, Conway, Searcy will begin to feel the impacts of the line as early as 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Then the line will quickly move to the east and the severe weather threat will drop off and the wind is going to pick up. You know, we talked about making sure that you have things secure outside. If you have anything that could be blown about by the wind. Now's a good time to bring it in, maybe cushions on your outdoor furniture. Some of you have Halloween decorations or just general fall decorations. You know, those wreaths you put on your doors? A good gust of wind could come along and pick them up and push them away. So it's a good idea to make sure that those are secure. And the wind gusts within the line right now, 35, 40 miles per hour. I'm not really seeing anything of major concern. I'm going to go to our velocity or wind mode here with radar, and let's see what we got. And you can probably pick out, some of the stronger winds here. Yell County, here you go, right. See a little bit of a light blue, dark blue overlap. That's in Yell County down to and just west of Mount Ida. Yeah, so some stronger winds in that area. You may not be able to see. Let's see. Can you see that? No, guess not. Okay. Western Yell, southwestern Yell County, Montgomery County. That's where the strongest winds are currently located. Go back to our radar loop here. And if you are just joining us here this afternoon, it is 2:43. Simone Thomas will be in here about 3 o'clock today getting the forecast prepared. I may let her do a little streaming as I take just a little break, get a little drink of water on this Saturday afternoon. I hope that your plans were not impacted too much. I-40 Mayflower looking to the west. Skies are a little dark from the clouds. A little ominous sight there, but that's about it. No precipitation yet. There are showers out there just west of Saline and, or I should say west of Pulaski County and Saline County and Perry County. The line, it could be stronger. Let's keep it at the level that we have it currently. It's all non-severe. Let me roll back up here and share with you the watches that are in effect. If you are curious, tuning in this afternoon, want to know what's happening. Severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 6 o'clock for the counties in magenta. A tornado watch in effect until 9 o'clock for the counties in yellow. Just for the potential of one or two of these storms that could produce a brief tornado. The tornado threat is not overly impressive, but we could see some strong wind gusts. In case you were curious, the Razorbacks move their game to 4:30 this afternoon. That's kickoff time, and by the time things wrap up, showers should be coming to an end. A cool evening in Fayetteville, and this is the picture you just saw. That is Storm Track 11. I like to pull it up and look, see, it gives me a little better viewpoint of what else is happening out there. I can also look at cameras as well. We use it for traffic. This is what your Saturday looks like for the rest of the afternoon. We've got that severe thunderstorm watch until 6 o'clock. Tornado watch to the southwest. Still have a chance of a strong 2 severe thunderstorm. And another reminder to secure outdoor furniture. Here's radar. We spent a little more time with it. That line has picked up some forward progress. It's now 2:45. Moving along quickly to the east, and here's that line and a radar loop. The line of storms extending now from just to the southwest of, let's say, Harrison, Yell County, getting ready to push into central Montgomery, Pike, down around Nevada, or I should say Hempstead, and then Nevada counties. It's a strong line, but it's not non-severe right now, non-severe. You do? Let's take it. I-40 up Perry's got us Arkadelphia. I-40, if we are looking to the west-southwest, then you can see the skies are beginning to darken. Storms are getting closer to Arkadelphia. Brenda from Mountain Home. Hey, Brenda from Mountain Home. Thanks for jumping in here real quick. It is coming your way. It'll be a little bit longer up there. If you're concerned about the weather, I'm just looking over some comments here on Facebook, and everybody that's commenting on Facebook this afternoon, thank you. I'll try to answer questions when I can. Again, back to the severe weather risk for you. That's been a low wind risk, and that's the way it's been all week. Sometimes you work your way up to the higher risk. You get up to enhanced or moderate this time of year, never a good thing. But it's been a low wind risk of severe weather covering up the entire state. Let's talk about those hazards. And I have seen this change in the past few days. As a matter of fact, yesterday, the tornado threat was roughly 2% for a good chunk of Arkansas. Well, it went up to 5%, a 5% likelihood within 25 miles of a point that there could be a brief tornado. So far, so good. Keeping the fingers crossed. Hail, Big hail, western Arkansas. Pea-sized hail reported in Fayetteville earlier this afternoon. Our biggest concern are those gusty winds with those thunderstorms moving through your area, 60-plus mile-per-hour winds. So to break it all down for you, low impacts all the way around from damaging wind and hail, minimal impacts for tornadoes. But the rain could fall pretty heavily at times this afternoon. Some street flooding can't be ruled out with some of these storms. Perry, you have a question? Hot Springs looking west. Thank you, Perry. Hey, why don't you do this? I want you to leave us on a two-shot, Perry. Why don't you come down for a moment? I want to give you credit. You're here. This is one of the hardest working men that we have here at THV 11. You deserve to meet him. You can come back to me on camera and you come down, okay, Perry? You can pop me back up on camera. I made him nervous is what I did. But I will give him credit. Thank you. Oh, look, now he's going to make it a two-shot. I need to move. Got to have the water. Got plenty of this. All right, come here, Perry. We'll make his wife happy. She's watching this afternoon. Perry Black has been in the broadcast business. I remember being a teenager, and come on over here. I don't know is that hat appropriate? I'm kidding. I'm only kidding. He turns it around. Perry Black he's the director. He's the go-to guy. Will stay up late. Will come in early. And he's back there. Hey, Tom, I've got this cam up. I've got this cam up. You've been doing this for 45 years, 50 years broadcasting.
Started in KARN radio.
And I remember that.
November the 7th, 1982.
Wow. You were there 3 or 4 years before I went over to be an overnight disc jockey. And then he's made a couple of visits to TV land here, and he's been at THV 11 for a long time. But you want to know who's pushing the buttons? It's this fella right here. Thank you, Perry. Perry, he gets a little overtime on occasion, but he's trustworthy. He comes in, he knocks it out for us, and he came in early with me today, and he'll be here late this evening making sure you're safe. So y'all say hi to Perry on Facebook. It'll make his day, all right? Cindy wants to know what's going to be happening in Izard County. We are new to that area. Cindy, all right. Well, let's do that. You know what, Cindy? I'm looking at, there's nothing going on in Izard County just yet. Cindy, where are you in Izard County? What community are you with? So let me know there real quick. I'll go right back to radar. We'll take a look. Izard County is in north central Arkansas. You've got Stone, you've got Izard County. Izard County is right here. I'm pulling up radar once again. It's taking just a moment. And there's not much going on there yet, but there have been some showers and whatnot popping up. Here's Van Buren County, Clinton. And then you've got Heber Springs and Cleburne County. Mountain View is Stone. Melbourne at the top of the page is Izard County. This line is going to be impacting you in Izard County as early as, let's say, 4 or 5 o'clock, as late as 7 o'clock, okay? And we can expect some strong wind gusts, possibly a little bit of hail. And let's say that hopefully no tornadoes. There's very little parameter up there. So you're in Franklin, Arkansas. Let me see if I can find Franklin. Up in Izard County, let's try to find it. Here's Melbourne, Arkansas. Where is Franklin? Small enough town. Is it showing up there on the page? Where is Franklin? Perry, Helen says, good to see you, Perry. Thanks for all you do to keep us safe. There you go. Perry getting shout outs and love today. Franklin. My goodness, it must be so small. I can't find it on the map. Sometimes it's like that. There have been some areas that pop up here that I cannot find in Izard County. All right, Franklin, Arkansas. I'm still looking. Now, I know you've got the Sycamore up there. Whereabouts from Melbourne? Okay. Cindy. Brooklyn, I'll get to Jetsonia here in a minute. All right. Well, I give up on Franklin. I'll have to take your word for it there in Izard County. All right. And you can see. All right. Perry has popped up I-30 West, Hope, Arkansas. That is our R.cam, iDrive cam. Westbound, no storms yet, getting awfully close though. I'm looking at Storm Track 11. Those storms southwest Arkansas are getting a little stronger. That is west of Hope. If you live Nashville, Arkansas, the storms are popping through there. This is Storm Track right here. Here's Hope. right here, so it's west of Hope. Let's see if we have any wind energy with that. Maybe a little bit of wind energy and some hail. Now we're beginning to see possibility of some hail rotation. No rotation. Could have some strong wind gusts there on that line of that thunderstorm. Possibility of some hail. Yeah, just not seeing a whole lot out of this. It's primarily some wind. Looks like Prescott's getting some big hail there, at least some hail that could be a ½ inch in diameter. All right, let's go back to Max 1. Max 1, Mr. Perry, if you don't mind, and we'll try to answer more questions for you. South of Horseshoe Bend, Arkansas. Got Garland. What's going on in Cabot? Not much in Cabot. You know what? Let's just go back to the state radar. I'll go back to statewide radar. And so far, so good. We are not seeing any severe thunderstorm warnings just yet. I'll take it. But if you're watching at home on Facebook, okay, eastern half of the state, from Mountain Home to just east of Clinton, Little Rock, Camden, not much going on. The line of storms that's out ahead of the front is still in west central Arkansas. It's moved into our viewing area, Yell County, Montgomery County, Pike County. And the stronger storms are in Pike, Hempstead, down to around Sevier, Miller, Little River counties. But the timing of the storms this afternoon, guys, if you are east of Little Rock, say you're in Cabot, Searcy, it's going to be closer to and around 6, 7 o'clock. Okay, so let's do this. The timing page. This is our savior. The severe weather timeline for your area. If you're watching us, Franklin is south of Horseshoe Bend. Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. Appreciate that. It wasn't showing up on my map. I have no control on who puts those counties or puts those cities on the map, but usually when I zoom in close enough, they'll pop up. I'll try it again in a moment. Let's go through the severe weather timeline now through 5 o'clock, and I can already tell the Storms Prediction Center has carved out a couple of the counties in northwest Arkansas, Benton, Washington counties. The risk of severe weather is shifting out of this area. Whew, it's coming to an end there. So now till about 5 o'clock, it is currently 3 o'clock and the rain and thunder is still in the western part of the state. Okay, pull up Storm Track 11 just to get an idea. So the storms are right about here. Could be over with by 4 o'clock. And then you say from 4 to 9 o'clock, central Arkansas, Searcy, Little Rock, Cabot, Heber Springs, Batesville. You go up the road there, Horseshoe Bend. Yeah, you get up in that area of the state. So Stone and Izard County still have a ways to go. And then eastern and southeastern Arkansas, 4 to 11 o'clock tonight. Okay? Franklin is, now I'm up to the challenge. We're going to find Franklin, Arkansas, south of Horseshoe Bend. Horseshoe Bend's in Sharp County, right? Well, in Sharp County. I thought it was. All right. By the way, Izard County's way the heck on up there in northern Arkansas. There's Ash Flat, that's Sharp County. I could be wrong. Usually I am wrong. Okay, Horseshoe Bend is in Izard County. Okay, so Franklin, there it is. We found Franklin, ladies and gentlemen. Franklin, Arkansas has been found. The challenge of the day, we have found Franklin. Man, I'm so glad we found Franklin. Not much going on there, Franklin, Arkansas. You know, when you challenge me like that, I have to find that place. So you still have a couple of hours, Izard, Stone counties, before you're going to be impacted by storms. Back to our 1 hour radar loop. Where have the storms been in the last hour? Where are they now? We go back to 155 in West Arkansas. They are now west central Arkansas. We've had some small cells pop up out in advance of that main line. Lightning looks like it's beginning to uptick a bit from Yell County through Montgomery down to Pike, Hempstead, Howard, Little River, Sevier counties. Lightning is backing off in northwest Arkansas. Still some heavy rain from Madison County up toward Boone County, Newton County getting some heavy rain and thunder. But once you get past the area here from Fort Smith to McAllister, this is it. We still have the boundary that's going to push through tonight, but the severe weather threat, once that line moves through your area this afternoon and this evening, the severe weather threat is going to come to an end. And there's some folks from Clarendon. All right. Clarendon, Arkansas. I think that's Staline, Mrs. Staline, Searcy. You've got my problem. I had the wrong consonants and vowels sometimes. Searcy, we'll get to you. Clarendon is in eastern Arkansas. Clarendon will be after 5, 6 o'clock tonight. Yes, Perry. Lonsdale, let's go to Lonsdale, Saline County. And he's got us a shot popped up there. Yeah, a little bit of rain happening. Let's go to central Arkansas on radar. I think this is what we're going to do for the rest of the afternoon, just to answer questions and take a look at radar, keep you safe and know what's coming at you from the west. We do have a little area of shower and possibly some thunder. I'm going to pull up the camera from West Little Rock. Give me just a second, Perry. Timing in Maumelle between now and about 5 or 6 o'clock. I'm going to look at this camera real quick. Okay. I'm pulling up the camera shot looking west 6:30. We should be able to see what's happening with that thunderstorm due west of 6:30 out over western Pulaski County. The sky's darkening a bit. That storm is non-severe. In fact, I think what I'm going to do here, give me just a second. Oh, well, look, it just popped up. Go ahead and take it to radar, please. Severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued. And this just came down 1 second ago. And you can take it full, Perry. Let me give you the information. This is for Pulaski and Saline County. A severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. Our first warning of the day for the Little Rock area. Severe thunderstorm warning has a warning come out. Prescott. There's going to be a severe thunderstorm with rotation tornado tag in Prescott, Arkansas. That is northern Nevada County. So things are beginning to perk up just a little bit. Now, this one in central Arkansas bears watching, and I think you know the reason why. I'm going to do this real quick. Hold on just a second. Don't go away. I am going to zoom in on this one just a little. We're going to keep an eye on this one here in western Pulaski County. This one, over the last few radar scans, you can see the appendage there. Corey, if you can hear me, Perry, if you can hear me, y'all get ready just in case we have to pop over to our main channel for the dreaded tornado warning. Let's get ready for that, okay? Hopefully Corey is listening to me, and we can get that only because that's looking a little more conspicuous. But a severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued for Pulaski, Saline County till 3:45 this afternoon. It is 2:59, right at 3 o'clock. But notice how it's beginning to bend a bit. And whenever that happens, we know we've got some inflow with that, and we're beginning to see some turning motion on the southwestern flank. So I'm going to go over here, and there is a little bit of rotation in northern parts of Saline County. That would be in line moving through Ferndale in the western part of Pulaski County near Pinnacle Mountain area. Hopefully it doesn't get any stronger than that, but there is some rotation there that they are keeping a close eye on at the National Weather Service. A severe thunderstorm warning until 3:45. And I tell you, folks, through the path of this western part of Little Rock, Chenal Valley, Pinnacle Mountain State Park, Ferndale, this is just a severe thunderstorm warning, but there is some decent rotation with it. And they're keeping an eye on it, the National Weather Service. No tornado warning yet, but we are going to set our tone a little more serious here. Let's go to Storm Track 11. And those of you watching us from Facebook, Dot is asking about the weather shutting down at the Arkansas State Fair. And Dot, I can't make that decision for them, but I will tell you that there are some storms getting a little bit closer, too close for comfort. Storm Track 11, and you can come back. Yeah, thank you for firing that up. I'm going to step over in the wall real quick, Perry. Have you got me? I just want to show the area of concern, and I'm going to keep a close eye on this. When and if a tornado warning is issued, this will be for Pulaski and Saline counties. This is our area that we're really concerned about, and we'll break into And I really don't care about the Big Ten. I'm sorry. That's just the way I look at it. This is more important because this is going to go through a fairly highly populated area of western Pulaski County. There's no tornado warning, but anytime we talk about the blues and the reds coming together like this, the colors, that's a couplet. And we know that we've got some fairly significant rotation here, and I'm keeping an eye on the Weather Service. I'm not saying they're going to put a warning out on this just yet, but I am saying there's a pretty good chance of it. Here's western Pulaski County, Pinnacle Mountain State Park. This is Chenal, Ferndale. This is going to take a track through Highway 10 up toward Highway 10. If you were to extend the box, Maumelle, Marche into North Little Rock. So that's what we're looking at currently. I need to find out if Simone has made it in here yet. Hold on, give me just a second. You can keep it up. Simone, are you here? Simone. Okay. She's not in the office, not yet. But that's the cell we're keeping a close eye on. I'm going to step back over here. I've got this set up so that when Simone pops in, we can get it going if we have to. All right, I'm going to do the best I can with what we have here. We're going back to, we're still on Storm Track 11, correct? Oh, that's all right. Okay. You can come back to me at the wall here, and we'll pop up Max 1 on the monitor behind me. Let me grab a little something to drink here. This is not what we want this afternoon. I will just be completely honest with you. This is not happiness to see me. Severe thunderstorm warning, 345, Pulaski and Saline counties. And here's what I'm keeping a close eye on. It's this southwestern flank, this area. That's where I've seen some rotation. Now, this latest scan doesn't look nearly as impressive. That's good news. Man, oh man. But if you have family, you're on THV 11 Plus, call your family, tell them to turn on THV 11 Plus. Go to our THV 11 app and click Watch Now. This is a big area of West Little Rock, Pulaski County that will be impacted if this cell continues to move the way it's going with some rotation. I'm going to go back to the National Weather Service. Okay. Perry, let's pull up get that camera shot out west real quick. Yeah, let's do why don't we do the one that the Simmons Bank Tower? Let's look at that one out west. Yeah. Skies, of course, are darkening in the distance there. So the area of concern with this potent little severe thunderstorm, it's getting a little bit closer to the Pulaski, Saline County border. If you live in Ferndale, this is going to be right to your west. Let's see if I can get a few more places here. All right. Not going to work out for me like that, is it? Okay. No problem. Severe thunderstorm warning, 345, Pulaski and Saline counties. Severe thunderstorm warning, I'm looking at the one they're issuing here for. Let me just give you the specifics. You can come back to me. We'll pull it up behind me here. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm located 8 miles north of Salem. That's in Saline County, or 10 miles northwest of Benton. It's moving northeast at 25. So it's crawling along pretty slowly. 60 mile per hour winds are possible with this, and some hail also possible with this storm. Have your severe weather plan in place. You know, if you haven't cleared out the closet, the interior closet yet, now's a good time to do so. Make sure you got something to put over your head. This is just in case. Unfortunately, the tone has to change from here on out. The cell is now moving into that part of western Pulaski County, the rotation part with it. And it's maintaining. The good news is it's not strengthening, it's maintaining though. Let's go storm track on here. I'll show you the NROT product. This gives us the area of rotation. And what Okay, there it is. Right here. This is northern Saline. There's Perrin. Here's Ferndale. This is that little blue area. It may be better for me to step over to the wall and do this. I just have to come back. Let's do that. I'm going to go to the wall, Perry. Let me pull this up real quick. Okay, that's good news. You see that little blue dot? That is the area of concern. That is the area of rotation within the storm. And I know that it's a map it may be a little difficult to decipher, but if I'm seeing blue and green together here, then I'm a little more concerned. There is just a little rotation. I mentioned there's Perrin, here's Ferndale, here's Pinnacle Mountain. This is the western part of Pulaski County. You've got the Chenal neighborhoods here, the lower Chenal neighborhoods, or at least the lower end toward Cantrell. You've got the other Chenal neighborhoods a little bit farther to the north. Chenal Mountain here, where all the big TV towers are located. And that's the little blurb, that's the little speck that we're looking at. And I think they've got a lowering here. Well, that's a lowering near Prescott that they're keeping an eye on too. So there's a thunderstorm that they're keeping an eye on south of us, but I'm more concerned about this one here that's in our immediate viewing area. Severe thunderstorm warning continues in Pulaski County. And I hate to ask somebody to do this. Michael Bennett, if you are watching, okay, she is here. Get her mic'd up. She needs to get mic'd up ASAP and get out here, please. Thank you. Okay. We're just in case. Okay, they've allowed it. Whew, I think they've taken the warning tag off of it. I hope they have. Let's see. Severe thunderstorm warning issued for Hot Spring, Dallas, Clark, Pike will be updated to a tornado warning. Okay. We have, okay, Clark County, we have to go to our main channel. We need to go to our main channel. So let's get ready to do that. This is Clark County. This is going to be upgraded to a tornado warning for Hot Spring, Dallas, Clark, and Pike. That's in southwest Arkansas. They're going to update that one to and Perry, if you don't mind, that camera out of Prescott. There it is. We need to go to the main channel. We are up, I believe. Okay. Thank you for watching THV 11. I am meteorologist Tom Brannon with you this afternoon. We are streaming live on THV 11 Plus and also THV 11. I do hate to interrupt college football this afternoon, but unfortunately we've got some weather to talk about. We've got a developing situation down in Clark County. A tornado warning has been issued for Hot Spring, Dallas, Clark, and Pike counties. This warning is in effect and is going to last this year until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Let's go to radar, Perry. Again, just hot off the presses, and we're going to keep it here for a little while. And I apologize. College football is not necessarily as important as people's lives and livelihoods, but we'll try to be as brief as possible. Simone Thomas is joining me now. I'm going to go to the wall, and Simone is going to come and drive things over here for me, if you don't mind. We've got a couple of areas that we're watching, Simone. We're watching a severe thunderstorm warning that's in Saline and Pulaski County that had some strong rotation, and this one that is now tornado warned down in Clark County. And I'm going to step over here and let you okay, her mic's not on. That's okay. That's all right for right now. We'll get to that here in just a few minutes. But this is for our viewers that live in Clark County. We've got a line of storms, and out ahead of this line, we've had a couple of individual cells develop. We've been tracking the line all afternoon long. Again, THV 11 Plus, when this warning expires or whenever we feel like there's no more danger with it, we'll hop off of our main channel and we'll go back to Plus. Here's our line of storms, and out ahead of it, there is a supercell thunderstorm with a lowering. They were looking at this out of Prescott, a pretty good lowering with that storm. Simone Thomas joining me now this afternoon. Simone, if we can, let's take us to a velocity mode here, and let's find the couplet within the storm that has prompted this tornado warning. And by the way, this is for a lot of Clark County till 4 o'clock this afternoon, and there it is right there, riding along I-30. So if this maintains, and we haven't seen a confirmed report of a tornado, but we know that we've got a pretty good possibility of at least some strong rotation, and this thing is ramping up pretty tightly here, moving along I-30. Gurdon, you're in the box here. If you live in Gurdon, let's take our tornado precautions seriously. Let's go to the centermost area of our home. Let's make sure we've got something to put over our head. And even on up the line here, Arkadelphia is in the path of this storm. This is not what we had hoped for this afternoon, although we kind of figured that there would be 1 or 2 possible tornadoes. A tornado watch is in effect until 9 o'clock for southwest Arkansas. Thank you for broadening that out, Simone. Caddo Valley, Arkadelphia, Gurdon, all within this polygon where we have a tornado-warned storm. And again, looking at where the rotation is located, somewhere in this general area near the Gurdon area. This is moving to the northeast right now at about 30 miles per hour. Let me pull something up here, get a little bit more information. The severe thunderstorm warning that we had for Pulaski and Saline has been canceled, by the way. But the one that is currently over southwest Arkansas, radar indicated tornado in Clark County. And that's what we're talking about right here. Here are some places that are in the path of the storm. Smithson, Curtis, Arkadelphia, Witherspoon. Storm, let me see what, it's moving northeast.
At 30 miles an hour.
At 30, yeah, we might want to change that. 67 miles per hour, moving to the northeast at 30. But we get the idea with some of the communities that are involved or in the path of this cell. Here is Gurdon, and this is our area of concern. We can take it to Storm Track 11, and we can go down to this area, Perry, and we'll take a look at NROT, our tool from NROT in this area. We're up toward the Benton area. Let me go a little bit farther to the south. I'm having Simone play catch up. She just walked in and has been thrown to the wolves here. But we'll look at NROT. We're going to Clark County. This is Benton, Saline County. To go a little farther south. There's your box. Strong rotation. Yeah, I mentioned this just a few minutes ago on Plus that anytime we have our greens and blues like this, that we've got some strong rotation. And you can see the squall line, the leading edge of that line of thunderstorms just to the west of this. Sometimes you have these individual cells develop out ahead of the squall line. This is one we're talking about. Here's Oklahoma, here's Gurdon, and here's I-30. This is going to take a path right up toward Arkadelphia. You've got Lake DeGray. Maybe some folks out camping on Lake DeGray. If you have any family out there, know of anybody camping, give them the heads up as this storm is tracking to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. So with that in mind, let's go back to velocity on Storm Track 11, Simone, and we will see if we can pick up a better indication of where the rotation is located. Again, I apologize for interrupting your football this afternoon, Big Ten football. Whenever we have tornado warned situations, and this is a radar indicated tornado that's a little more serious, and right in this area, if you live west of Gurdon, Clark County, along I-30, that's where we're picking up the strongest rotation with this cell. We've had some pictures of it. And Perry, you keep looking for I-30, look in this area camera shot that might give us a better idea, but there has been an area of lowering, which would indicate that maybe something's developing. But it's that general area along I-30. Here's Arkadelphia. If you live in Clark County, if you live in Arkadelphia, Gum Springs, you're going to be in the path of this. Curtis. Our polygon box is right here, the tornado part of it. We also have the severe thunderstorm warned part of it, and it's this area that's moving to the northeast, maintaining, and I'm going to keep looking over my shoulder to see if anything comes new from the National Weather Service.
A new tornado watch will be issued shortly.
Go ahead and speak up a little bit.
A new tornado watch will be issued shortly for the areas east of that severe thunderstorm warning. So over on Max 2, I'll get that map ready.
Well, stay right there. We'll worry about that. Let's stay here for right now, and let's make sure that we've got this area taken care of, because I don't have a way to control. So you've got the controls for me, okay? So this is our velocity mode showing you the couplet here, I-30. Here's Gum Springs and Arkadelphia. This is a tornado warned storm moving to the northeast. Severe weather possibility was a low wind threat today. Let's go back to Max 1, if you don't mind, Perry. Are we on Max 1? Okay, there we go. There's this gives us a better idea of the outline of that polygon. Gurdon, Arkansas, the tornado warning, and the velocity. It's somewhere in this general area that we're keeping a close eye on, that we could see a tornado. I'm going to pop over to the Weather Service real quick. Rotating wall cloud along I-30 near Oklahoma. So we have a report of a wall cloud rotation from this particular thunderstorm. So we've got a little bit more teeth to it as it moves to the northeast. Clark County, places like Arkadelphia, Caddo Valley, Gurdon, Arkansas. You folks need to take cover immediately. It's been a while since we've had severe weather, and this is the way you ramp things up. Make sure you've got your place, safe place ready to go. You're watching us on THV11, THV11 Plus, and our other platforms. Okay, this is a good shot of it. Thank you very much. We're looking back toward this storm from Oklahoma, and they're looking around for it from iDrive. You guys were in the right spot. You're going the wrong way. RDOT or iDrive. Okay, let's go back to radar. They're looking in the wrong spot. It's right here. And if they were looking to the south-southwest, they would see the lowering. I saw it briefly there for just a moment. So just to recap, we have a tornado warning this afternoon for Clark County. This warning is until 3:45. The cell is moving to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. There's the potential for a tornado. This is going to move up I-30. You've got Arkadelphia that's underneath our banner here. Here's Gum Springs. Gurdon, this is going to pass just to your west and north with this area, very impressive area of rotation. We'll take it back to Storm Track 11. We'll look at it from our en-route vantage point. This is also velocity. This is where the couplet is located. And Simone, it's a fairly impressive area here. You've got Arkadelphia. Here's Caddo Valley. We were looking to the east from Oklahoma along I-30. It's riding along the I-30 border this afternoon.
Yes, it is.
So if you live in this area, take cover immediately. Again, Clark County this afternoon, I-30, there's Gum Springs, here's Arkadelphia, and this is, I know, the green and the blue. Tom, what is that? Well, this is showing where the best rotation within the thunderstorm, the severe thunderstorm, is located. And this is one of the reasons the National Weather Service has placed the warning out. Plus, we've had some eyeballs in the sky. They're chasing in this area. Storm chasers are watching this area for the potential for a tornado. So if there's any good news, Chris at the Weather Service says the circulation has become more diffuse. However, the warning is going to continue, maybe going through a cycling phase. Now, the best parameter for tornadoes this afternoon, we're in southwest Arkansas. This may move out of that into an area that may not be as conducive for tornado development. The cell may also be absorbed by the line of storms just to the west. These are very strong straight line winds near Antoine, Arkansas. That area of wind moving to the east and that cell may be picked up. That could happen. That would be some good news. This is our en-route mode. Let's go back to our live max. Let's go back to max 1, our live wind mode. Here's that area of rotation that we're talking about with velocity, and I know it's a little difficult to see. Hey, Simone, if you want, you can take us to a reflectivity. Most people are affiliated with a reflectivity mode out of this area. And I may let you talk for a moment so I can get a quick drink of water. Go ahead and take over for just a second.
All right, I'm going to remove this lightning so we can see a little bit better. Again, if you're just now joining us, we have broken in, unfortunately, interrupting your football this Saturday because we have a tornado warning coming out of Clark County in south central or southwestern Arkansas. The storm moving to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. We're seeing that couplet right around I-30 and Highway 53. So this is going to impact areas like Arkadelphia, Caddo Valley, Gum Springs. I'm going to take this out a little bit for you to be able to see that entire polygon. Again, this is coming out of Clark County in southwestern Arkansas. This is in effect until 4 o'clock. Again, this is for a tornado warning. Do we have a better view on that RDOT camera at all with that wall cloud or that alleged wall cloud? Not really.
Just keep looking for it, Barry.
Okay, we're still working on it. So let's take it back to our Storm Track 11 because this is the en-route tool we've been using. Again, this red line that you see my mouse moving along, this is I-30. So we're seeing that rotation right now east of Oklahoma and almost riding parallel of I-30 in Clark County. Areas downstream of where we're seeing this rotation, again, Gum Springs, Arkadelphia, Caddo Valley, you're at the edge of that polygon. But if you still need to be getting into your tornado safe space. Tom, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I was just waiting for him to pop my microphone back up. We'll just give a quick recap of what's going on. We're on THV11, THV11 Plus, and our other platforms. And again, I apologize. We have sporting events happening this afternoon. But this is important because we have a pretty good possibility of a tornado happening in this area. This is in Arkadelphia, South Central Arkansas, riding along I-30. New tornado watch is coming out. Simone mentioned just a moment ago. That tornado watch is going to be for Hot Spring, Cleveland, Jefferson County. So it's counties really in eastern and southeastern Arkansas that are going to be under this. So counties to the east of us for the rest of this evening. Pulaski has been placed under that tornado watch. There was a severe cell in Pulaski County we were also keeping an eye on just a few moments ago. Simone has put a storm track on this on Max 1, so if you don't mind, Perry, let's go there. And this is the area of the tornado-warned storm, and here are the places impacted. Arkadelphia by 347, 352 Caddo Valley, Witherspoon 356. So it's not moving very quickly to the northeast, and keeping the fingers crossed here, with a little luck, that line will catch up with it and absorb it and cut it off. But until that happens, we still have until 4 o'clock a tornado warning, Clark County. Now, this is impacting areas, and if you notice, you've got that polygon, excuse me, Caddo Valley, you've got Lake DeGray out here. There'll be a lot of people out there doing some camping this weekend. Maybe they're not paying as close attention as they should. If you have friends and family that are indeed out here, you might want to give them a quick call. The circulation area, although has backed off a bit, it's still fairly strong, so the Weather Service is keeping the warning on this. And notice, and within this polygon area here, this purplish area, are going to be the areas that are going to be affected by it. And that would be Arkadelphia here in the next 15, 20 minutes or so, Caddo Valley all north of Arkadelphia. And if the cell holds its strength and doesn't get taken in by that line, then you go up to Hot Spring County. And this is an area that you need to be aware in Hot Spring County, north of Clark County. Go ahead and take this seriously. Take your precautions. The warning is in effect until 4 o'clock for Clark County.
The National Weather Service did just say they will continue this tornado warning through 4 o'clock.
Okay. So it's going to continue. We still have a good 36 minutes. If it lessens its intensity and it somehow gets pulled in by this main line, then we'll end it here. But we're going to be back on THV 11 Plus because that line is getting closer to Central Arkansas. Let's update, while we have you on THV 11, let's update everybody. If you wouldn't mind, Simone, take me to a broader perspective of the state. The line is moving into West Central Arkansas, and now getting closer to Central Arkansas. The best tornado potential therein remains over the south central part of the state. And the new tornado watch includes Hot Springs, Saline, Pulaski, Faulkner, Cleburne, White, and Lone Oak counties. And that watch is going to be in effect, I'm looking at it here, until 8 o'clock. Yeah, until 8 o'clock tonight. So here's the line. There's our tornado warning in Clark County. And if you look, just judging by the amount of lightning, that's a strong line that's moving in from western parts of Clark County. Northern Clark is where you'll find Lake DeGray. But that tornado warned storm remains in effect until 4 o'clock today. There's the line moving to the east. Again, I think there's less of a severe weather concern north of Little Rock as there is to our south. There's a little bit more tornado parameter over southern and south central Arkansas this afternoon, or the ingredients are there, and hopefully whatever happens will be brief. We've had some eyes out there. The storm chasers in south central Arkansas have reported a wall cloud that's been rotating, could produce a tornado. It's radar indicated as well. Let's go back to this box. Let's go to our velocity mode. Let's see where the main area of concern is located. Here it's 325. And again, I apologize taking you away from your game this afternoon, but this is more important than football. And what I saw was a big appendage here, and that's where you're finding an I-30, Arkadelphia, Caddo Valley. This is moving to the northeast, 35 miles per hour. The center of circulation, and this is important, the center of circulation is getting closer to Arkadelphia. You've got Henderson, you got Washita Baptist, Caddo Valley area, this is going to track near those areas this afternoon. You got family going to college down there. They need to take cover immediately. But this is where we're finding the rotation in Clark County till 4 o'clock this afternoon.
I've got the NROT up on Storm Track 11 for
let's
the
go
storm.
to NROT. Let's go Storm Track 11. And let's show you the rotation. It's maintaining. It's not dropping off. If anything, it is holding steady. Here's our squall line. There is some strong straight line winds. It's getting closer to that cell, may absorb that cell. But this is where you're finding the area of concern. Strong rotation here, Gum Springs, I-30. Has anybody been able to find any video or any pictures from I-30? Perry, is anybody up there looking? Maybe we can get a producer to come up there and take a look and find us a camera along I-30 here that would give us a pretty good shot. Okay, they're still looking. So to recap, we have the tornado warning in Clark County. We had a severe thunderstorm warning in Saline and Pulaski that was a little alarming because we did have some rotation. It wasn't as strong as it is here. There's I-30 near Gum Springs. So this is just north of the area of rotation. They're getting some rain near Gum Springs, I-30. Let's hope the traffic is not impacted. Back to radar, we can go, and this is NROT. Gum Springs is right just to the north of that main area of concern. This is going to track just right through Arkadelphia if it holds together, if it doesn't get taken in by that line. It's only moving to the northeast at 35, so it's not exactly flying along here in Clark County. Clark County, Hot Spring County, Garland County, keep an eye on this one as it tracks to the northeast. The line is moving to the east at a pretty good clip. The cell is moving to the northeast at about 30, 35 miles per hour. Anything new, Simone?
I've got the new tornado watch box up on Max 2.
All right, I'm going to take a step back, go to Max 2. Perry, thank you, Mr. Perry, and kind of roll off those counties that are under this new tornado watch.
All right, this new tornado watch will be in effect through 8 p.m. This includes Hot Spring County, Cleveland, Jefferson, Saline, White County, Prairie County, Clark County, which is where we have this active tornado warning, Lonoke, Cleburne, Washita, Dallas, Grant, Calhoun, Faulkner, Pulaski, and did I mention Saline County already?
I think you said Saline.
All right, so those are all of our counties. Again, that is through 8 p.m. So our current watches right now, we have the severe thunderstorm watch in effect for much of west central and northwest Arkansas through 6 p.m. This new tornado watch that was just issued for a large portion of central and south central Arkansas through 8 p.m. And then those southwestern Arkansas counties under more the responsibility of the National Weather Service office and Shreveport, that tornado watch is through 9 p.m.
Let's go back to Max 1. Let's give you an update. I've turned off the lightning. The lightning can sometimes challenge where you can see the main area of concern, the rotation. And this, you got a supercell, and you see the appendage. See how it kind of drops away from the thunderstorm. This is where you're finding your inflow area. This is I-30, Arkadelphia. The heaviest rain, possibly some hail, is now over Gum Springs. There's 67. So this area of rotation is tracking along I-30 and will be moving through Arkadelphia by 3:45. You've got about 15-20 minutes to get into your safe place. The line is catching up to it, though. That's good news.
Since you mentioned hail, I have it up on Storm Track 11, or if you prefer, I can bring it up over here.
Let's just talk, show the hail. There you go. Large hail with this supercell thunderstorm. So there is some big hail. And there it is. Now we've seen it cycle, so it's right over Gum Springs. We go back to Max 1, and we'll see it. The hail core is over Gum Springs, I-30, Highway 51. Let's go ahead and take I-Drive. This is looking eastbound, I believe, back toward that. And you really can't, it's hard to tell. Okay, looking toward Gum Springs. So the area of heavy rain and hail moving up I-30 from Gum Springs. Thank you, Perry. We'll come back to that here in just a few minutes. Again, supercell thunderstorm. The box, the polygon, includes Caddo Valley, Arkadelphia. It's beyond Gurdon. Gurdon, you're now fine. But I-30, Gum Springs, that purple area is where you're going to find a pretty good hailstone. The line of thunderstorms, the squall line, is just to the west. Sometimes this happens in spring. You have individual cells that develop out in the line, and then the line can absorb it. Let's hope that that's what happens here. The Weather Service has not provided much in the way of any insight on whether or not they're seeing a tornado actually happening. But we know that we've got a lowering, we've got a wall cloud, it's rotating, and that chasers are on this storm in Clark County. Moving along I-30. Arkadelphia, you're next in line. We're going to keep it right here. 4 o'clock is when this warning expires. This is the first tornado warning this afternoon. Let's hope it's the last. That line is getting a little closer to that supercell, and we'll hopefully pull it in and take away some of that rotation. But it's along I-30 right now. Let's go back to our Storm Track 11, look at Enrot. Here it is. So the circulation area is now right over the top of Gum Springs. This is going to be on the western side of Arkadelphia and then up toward Caddo Valley. And you've got Lake DeGray up in this area. Folks that'll be out at recreation sites, maybe doing a little camping, that may think, oh, the weather probably won't impact them. When you got a supercell thunderstorm that could produce a tornado, this is our main concern. Gum Springs area, let's zoom in a little closer, Simone, if you wouldn't mind, please. Got it?
Yeah, conditions are deteriorating, looks like in Gum Springs.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and take a look at it. Let's go to that. Yeah, that's
just a second ago, it looked like I picked up some lightning.
okay. Heavy rain. This is I-30 near Gum Springs. I'm going to take a step back. Some very heavy rain now occurring. Could be rain-wrapped situation where you get a high precipitation supercell. This could be rain-wrapped, although we have seen pictures, have seen images of a lowering, a wall cloud outside it. Generally, it's right on the other side of the heavy curtain of rain. You would see the lowering. Back to Max 1. Oh, there's Storm Track 11, but back to Max 1.
Newest information from the National Weather Service. The tornado warning will continue. Although the circulation has weakened, it's still in that area favorable for tornadic development.
Yeah. You're watching THV 11 this afternoon. Our current time is 3:33. Tom Brannon with Simone Thomas. We are tracking a tornado warned storm that could produce a tornado. The circulation has dropped off a bit, but still strong enough in an area in southwest Arkansas where there's more of what we call tornado parameter, more ingredients, and this is moving right over the top of Arkadelphia. If you're in Arkadelphia, Clark County, if you live in Caddo Valley, this is going to be awfully close to you. Here is our supercell thunderstorm, and there is our area of rotation. It continues to follow I-30, and now it is just south of Arkadelphia. It's pretty much on top of you right now, Arkadelphia, that circulation area. So are we looking at this from Little Rock or Shreveport?
We're looking at this from Little Rock.
I wonder what it would look like from Shreveport if we'd get a better handle on the circulation.
I can pull up Shreveport.
Go ahead, try. Let's go to iDrive real quick. She'll pull up the radar site from that's Arkadelphia, so you're looking toward the south, and yeah, you can see considerable lowering here, darkening skies, but unfortunately it's hard to tell because of the raindrops. Anything, does it look a little better from Shreveport, Simone?
Not
really.
Quite.
You can pick up the area here, but yeah, it's not as good as what we had. There we go. There's our polygon. Tornado warning until 4 o'clock. Arkadelphia, you're under the gun. Caddo Valley, under the gun. This storm is almost right over the top of Arkadelphia. Could be wrapped in rain. The lowering, the wall cloud, still there from what we've been told. If there's any good news, National Weather Tabitha over at National Weather Service says the severe weather threat in far western Arkansas diminishing. Certainly some good news. They're going to be clearing out a part of the severe thunderstorm watch in western Arkansas. So our focus now, south central, eastern Arkansas for the rest of the evening. It's this line of storms is catching up with that supercell, and this is our circulation right here. Let's put another, let's take it down a little further, Simone, and put a track on it that takes it a little farther north into Hot Spring County so we can give our friends and neighbors in Hot Spring County a little heads up on when they'll be impacted. Arkadelphia pretty much now, Caddo Valley the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. And this will give us an idea of who's next. 341 Arkadelphia, yeah, 5 minutes or so. Caddo Valley, Witherspoon, Donaldson is in Hot Spring County. You're going to be next in line by 4:02. This cell is hugging I-30, moving up I-30. Let's hope it doesn't produce a tornado, a real, an actual tornado along the interstate, because there'll be some folks that are on the roadways may not have that information. Let's hope that's not the case. Perry, let me know when you have something different we can look at from our camera angle. And again, today a severe weather day. It was a weather impact alert day. We have watches, tornado watches, and severe thunderstorm watches. So this is from Caddo Valley, okay? Okay. And I guess we're looking off to the south here. Don't really see much in the distance there. We'll keep that in mind. But back to what I was saying today, we were expecting severe weather. I expected to have a few severe thunderstorm warnings, outside chance of a tornado warning, but this is our tornado warning today. You've got a line of strong to severe thunderstorms moving from west to east, and out ahead of that line, you've had a supercell thunderstorm develop, and we've got a tornado warning that's in effect for Clark County. We can take that track off now. We can follow what's going on, and if we want, we can track Storm Track 11 and take a look at the NROT tool that we have. This is 67 I-30 Caddo Valley. So the cell is just south of you, Caddo Valley, over Arkadelphia at this time. Storm Track 11, Mr. Perry, if you don't mind, we'll get that pulled up. And we're still maintaining some strong rotation right now, and this is Gum Springs moving right over the Arkadelphia area, and it looks like it's going to stay along I-30. It may be just to the east of I-30. Caddo Valley, Midway, Social Hill, you're getting up to the Malvern. I would say Hot Spring County, Malvern, even up to Rockport. If the cell maintains its current path and strength as the line catches up to it, and fingers crossed that the tornado threat will come down, but the high wind threat will remain. So those are some areas. I like to take a look ahead of it. If you live in Midway, Social Hill, Donaldson, Arkansas, if you live in Malvern, even over to Pawn, Arkansas, they may extend this tornado warning on up. It's 3:37. The warning is in effect until 4 o'clock, so we still have a little ways to go out of Clark County. Caddo Valley and this area is where you find DeGray Lake. So around the lake area as well. If anything, some strong wind gusts and some possibly some large hail with this storm. Anything new, Simone?
Nothing new. I pulled up some of our comments on YouTube just to see if there's any questions we can answer. Coming from the National Weather Service, though, a bit of good news. Some of extreme western Arkansas is getting removed from the severe thunderstorm watch. So Johnson, Newton, Logan, Polk County, Scott County, and Boone counties have been removed from the severe thunderstorm watch.
Okay. So we're back on Max 1. And here is our cell. Here's Caddo Valley, there's Arkadelphia, and it's this appendage that we're keeping an eye on. Line of storms just to the west, moving to the east. Got a fairly significant supercell thunderstorm here near Arkadelphia. Caddo Valley, that purple splotch would indicate some large hail. It doesn't look nearly as wrapped up as it did. That was an indication from the Weather Service. The circulation has dropped a little bit, but they're going to keep this warning out because we still have the necessary ingredients for a tornado or two, especially over southern and southwestern Arkansas. The red box is a tornado warning until 4. A severe thunderstorm warning in effect, the counties that you see in the yellow polygon, and that also includes a few areas in southern Hot Spring County. So nothing really new to report on this. It's a line of storms. If we want to go back to a statewide vantage point, Simone, we'll do a statewide viewpoint of the line that is getting closer to Pulaski County with our forecast models indicating that line would be moving through the Little Rock area by around 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. There's the outside shot, lots of cloud cover. The cloud's helping us a little bit, helping to tamper the instability here, but in southwest and south central Arkansas, not really doing that great of a job of keeping instability and enough low-level wind and wind shear to be concerned with tornado, a warning or two there. This is Caddo Valley. Rain is heavy. Looks a little ominous to the south here. This is I-30, and again, the storm is traveling right up I-30. Lots of traffic out on the highways or the interstates this afternoon. This area really catches your eye because you've got the brighter reflectivity colors here, the red colors, which would indicate some very heavy rain, and there's lots of lightning. Strongest storm now moving into Clark County. Let's go back to Clark County. We'll center up, and Simone will try to find out where that supercell is located. And with that tornado warning until 4 o'clock.
They just drew out a new severe thunderstorm warning box downstream of this tornado warning.
Yeah, it's right here. This takes us through Malvern. So they're replacing the tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm warning, and it does include Malvern. This is for Clark, Dallas, Grant, and Hot Spring. I would imagine that they're putting a tornado possible tag on that since we've got the warning here in Clark County, and there are many tags to the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have. A tornado possible means that there could be, could be a tornado, that there's enough there for them to issue a tornado warning if warranted. But here's your tornado warning. It's the red box.
Yes, they did add the tornado possible tag to
I
this.
figured they would. But if you live in Clark, Dallas, Grant, Hot Spring County, you are next in line with this cell. Let's take off our auto query so that we can concentrate on that cell, if you don't mind. We got the tornado warning till 4 o'clock. Here is our cell, supercell, tightly wound up, supercell thunderstorm. And just knocking on the door there, you've got that line. Bismarck right here. We had a question earlier, a lady from Bismarck wanting to know what was going on. Well, you're probably getting some strong wind gusts and some heavy rain, but this cell is almost being absorbed by the line. And what we'd like to see happen is something develop just to the south of it to rob the energy, to rob the inflow, and it looks as if we're getting a little bit of that here with that line catching up.
Okay, it looks like they've canceled the tornado warning, and we're going to continue with this new severe thunderstorm.
And that's good news, because it's 3:42, and like I've said in the past, when the tornado warning has been expired, we'll get off a THV 11, and that's what we're going to do. If a new tornado warning is issued, we'll come back to THV 11. If you're interested in the weather, we're going to stay on THV 11 plus for the rest of the afternoon. Join Simone and me. We're going to go back to regular programming. We'll see you on THV 11 plus, Facebook and YouTube. Okay, I guess, gentlemen, we're back on Plus. Thank you for hanging out with us. Simone, you okay over there? I got to check on her. I pulled her in immediately.
I left my water in the office, but I'm okay.
You're all right. Simone, I know she needs to put her forecast together this afternoon. She's doing the newscast tonight. I'm going to keep an eye on this. Thank you for the assistance there. There she is. On what escalated a little bit over the past few minutes. Tornado warning about to be canceled. Good. The rotation is broadened. I think a lot of it is because what you've got just to the west, this line of storms is beginning to take over. And that's good and it's bad, because you can still have a spin up within the line, but the supercell gets sucked in by the big line, and that helps to diminish that. But you still got the severe thunderstorm warning that is located here in Clark County, Hot Spring County, and also over into Dallas County. And that's tracking along I-30. If you want to, what we can do, Simone, is I'll head back over to you. And if you want to go and put together the rest of your forecast, I'll walk the YouTubers through what's happening. You know how they can be a wild bunch. Okay? And we'll go back to the desk. All right, there she is. She's got her. You got your comfy shoes on. You ready? You're ready for action. All right. Thank you, Simone. All right. She's off and running. Okay. And here we are. We're back on THV 11 plus, and also YouTube and Facebook. We can answer more questions. We can do more damage over here. Let me get my glasses out. I can't see anything in front of me. And we'll give you an update on what's going on from the National Weather Service's perspective. And I do not, you might want to turn her mic off real quick before, Perry, thank you. Well, there you go, Perry. That's what we're used to. That's kind of the chaos that we're used to with covering severe weather. New severe thunderstorm warning for Perry, Yell, and Conway counties. Again, thank you for being with us and hanging with us here on THV 11. Stepped away from the phone and all kinds of messages here. Okay. So there we are. Okay. Thank you for that, Rolly Hoyt. I wish I had seen that earlier. I could have told them what camera to take a shot of there. But I think they got it covered. Live radar. Let's go back to Storm Track 11, Perry. Perry doing a fabulous job helping us out this afternoon. We got those warnings. A new warning coming up here just shortly for a few areas. The line is getting closer. Here it is. It's just west of Pulaski County. Of course, the southern end of this line is a lot stronger than the northern end. There's the new box that was just placed for Yell, Perry, Conway, Pope counties. The good news is right behind it. Once the line moves through, your severe weather threat's over. It's done. That line is about an hour away, I would say, maybe an hour and a half from Little Rock. And we'll keep an eye on these cells in southwest Arkansas and southern Arkansas. This is where the tornado watch is located. We have the tornado watch also for Pulaski County until 8 o'clock tonight. Let me go back up to, I want to find the warnings. There they are. Okay. The tornado watches, severe thunderstorm watches. A lot of these counties are being taken away. Little Rock has been added, Searcy, Conway, Cabot, Lone Oak, Desark. These are the new additions for the tornado watch. South Central Arkansas, Arkadelphia, Pine Bluff, Camden, tornado watch, Southwest Arkansas. This new watch, let me put a info there on that. What is it? That is until 8 o'clock. The other one is until 9. So the confidence behind that is that the line is going to be through here by 8 o'clock tonight. Certainly some good news. Okay, here we are, THV 11 Plus. And hey, there you go. Perry's a star. Are we up on Facebook? Let me just check. I'll check my THV 11 real quick. I think we might still be. Yes, we're up. Elizabeth is here. Thank you, Elizabeth. One of our folks in digital. Thank you, Elizabeth, for answering that question. So I just wanted to make sure we're on Facebook, we're on THV Plus, we're on YouTube, and we're just trying to help you out. All right. So from here we go with the watch in central Arkansas until 8 till 9 o'clock southwest, and counties are being taken away in western and southwestern and north central Arkansas as we speak. I'm just going to spend more time here with radar. Let me cycle through things real quick, and we'll do that. And this is becoming more of a nowcast, a radar cast, if you don't mind. And the line is getting closer. We've got storms that have quickly taken over there in Conway area. Let me do this. Put the 1 hour radar loop. Just from the time that Simone and I were tracking that tornado warned storm in Clark County, look how quickly the line has evolved and moved into Faulkner County, Cleburne County, Stone and Izard County. I think it's sped up, and that'll get it out of here a lot quicker. Our biggest concern is what is happening south of Little Rock. The lightning is still formidable down here. You've got a number of severe thunderstorm warnings in place, and I'm going to read them all for you. New severe thunderstorm warning for northern Saline, western Pulaski, Perry, Yell, Pope, Conway. Severe thunderstorm warning, Clark, Hot Spring County. Severe thunderstorm warning down in Lafayette and Nevada County. Or is that Hempstead? Yeah, Nevada, Hempstead, and Lafayette County. There's your warning for Conway, Perry, and Pope till 4:15. That line of thunderstorms potentially could produce wind gusts upward of 60 miles per hour. All right, down in central Arkansas, we have the severe thunderstorm warning for Hempstead, Lafayette, and Nevada. And the one that prompted that tornado warning out of Clark County, the good news, it's been absorbed into the line. The supercell has been absorbed into that line. And now Hot Spring, Malvern area, you're probably just going to experience some very heavy rain and some wind. Let me stop this for just a moment. I'm going to turn off the lightning. Lots of lightning, some strong thunderstorms there. Glad we get to hang out. Just wish it wasn't in this regard with the nasty weather, folks. Turn off the lightning. We all know thunderstorms, severe thunderstorms have lightning. I'm going to take a closer look at this cell. That severe thunderstorm warning, Clark, Dallas, Grant, Hot Spring. There is a tornado tag with it. I'm going to put on a different source here. Severe thunderstorm, tornado possible. I've taken the tornado possible off of this one. Okay. Well, that's good news. It's just a likely severe thunderstorm. Here are the other severe thunderstorm warnings. And I'm going to take the query off here. There we go. Kind of dominates the page. And now we're back to live action. We're Hopefully you're asking questions and wanting to know what's happening in central Arkansas. It's happening now. This line has moved in a little quicker, I think, about 30 to 45 minutes quicker than it was supposed to. That's good. It'll be out of here 30 to 45 minutes faster, right? That's what we want. That's what we'd like to hear. Samantha, I never got a chance to answer the questions. Oh, no, there's another tornado warning. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, y'all know what to do. We got to go back to, oh, man, to main channel. So keep it here, THV11, THV11 Plus. Let me go back to live radar. Here we go again. Let me know when we can pop in. Well, once again, good afternoon or not. Tom Brannon, Simone Thomas joining a new tornado warning for a cell that is running parallel to the cell that had a tornado warning on it just a few minutes ago. Let me pull off all of the lightning and stuff till 4:30. This is a tornado warning, a new one for Clark, Garland, and Hot Spring County. Let me pull off the query real quick here. And I'm going to step over into the wall and hand it over to Simone. She was coming down the hallway for this. They popped it up once again on us, and I hate it. I hate to interrupt the game.
Perry, do you mind if we take up Storm Track 11 to show that interrupt tool?
There we go. And this one is a little bit more concerning than the one that we just had. A warning for the rotation southeast. If you live in Bismarck, it's southeast of Bismarck. Here's Bismarck. Here's our rotation. This is substantial. This one could actually be a tornado. And I'm looking at a picture that has been sent in from Chasers, the National Weather Service. Wall cloud, that was from near Gurdon. That's from earlier this afternoon, but this one is of concern. Rotation, here we go. This is Hot Spring County. Let's follow this box, the red box. And that doesn't help. Hot Spring County, this is going to track northward, just to the north of I-30. Okay, Social Hill, Rockport, Magnet Cove. I would say that Magnet Cove and areas like Social Hill will have a better chance of this. This is a lot more impressive. What does it look like on velocity? Let's go to velocity mode here, max 1. Simone is pulling it up, and she's also got a storm track, and you can see how tightly wound up. We look at the colors, the reds and the blues, and how tightly wound up. There's something there. If you live in DeRoche, Red Oak, the Lake Catherine area, Rolling Hoyt, Shorewood Hills, Magnet Cove, on up through, this is going to go through the very southern and southeastern tip of Garland County. It's going to ride along that northwestern flank of Hot Spring County, and it is wrapped up. This one is a lot more impressive than the one that we were looking at just a few moments ago. If you're just joining us, we're on THV11, we're on Plus.
I'm going to take this track off and take us a little bit deeper.
And we're on THV11 Plus this afternoon as well. That's this is right near Caney, Arkansas. All right, along Highway 128, near Highway 128 and 84. Lift it up. There's DeRoche. DeRoche, you're in the path, direct path of this here in the next few minutes. But all these colors really just tell us you've got colors blowing toward radar, for the wind going toward radar, wind speeds running away from radar. That gives us our rotation along Highway 128, getting ready to cross over 128. DeRoche is in the headlights here. DeRoche, you hopefully will be taking cover immediately. There's another new severe thunderstorm warning. Let me pass this along. That include Van Buren, Pope, Conway, Cleburne County. That's on up the road here. But this is our main concern. It's that tornado warned storm. Let's leave it about right here. Hot Spring, I can see the county lines. Here's Hot Spring, here's Garland. This is going to track just to the south and east of Lake Hamilton, Lake Catherine area. Here's Highway 270, Interstate 30. The cell is moving northeast. The line is moving to the east. And I would have to say, and Simone is joining me this afternoon. Simone, this is a lot more impressive of a storm than the one that we were tracking not long ago.
Yes, I agree.
If you live in Hot Spring County, if you live west of Malvern, southwest of Malvern, west of I-30, and then this latest scan, it diffused a bit. It fell apart just a bit. Maybe it's cycling down. But we're going to keep it here. We've got a tornado warning here for
Perry, do we
Hot
have
Spring
eyes
County.
on an iDrive camera near Friendship?
Okay. They're working on a camera shot for us. This is our biggest concern. Let's go to there you go. Yeah, you know, it's tough to see. It's going to be hard to see. Looks like a curtain of rain moving across the interstate I-30 this afternoon, east and westbound. Just know that if you live out in this area, you're being impacted by a severe cell capable of producing a tornado. Let's take a look at reflectivity. And I know we're going to have a lot to fight through here. We'll turn off the lightning, but I want to see if we can find an appendage with this. We'll turn the lightning off, and we'll also, yeah, we got the tornado warning, but let's go ahead and take that off. It just looks messy here. It's hard to find a true appendage with this on the reflectivity. We do have a lot of heavy rain with it, though.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Over on Storm Track 11 using our CC, there is a drop-off.
There's a drop-off here. Okay, so maybe, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. So when we talk about tornadoes touching down, this is a debris detector, and it's picking up debris and it's casting it into the atmosphere. So yeah, right here, you went there, you found it, and there you go. This would indicate that we may have had a brief touchdown just to the south and east of Bismarck. And I think maybe the cell is weakened. Best rotation was near the lake where it was earlier this year. Okay, well, we had one earlier in the year near this area as well. Okay. We do have an observed tornado, so it's an observed tornado. In other words, we have one. This is Social Hill, looking off to the west side. Where is this in relation to the circulation, Simone?
Social Hill would be northeast.
So this is, so Social Hill is northeast of this. You know, it's hard to tell because you've got raindrops all over the camera. We're trying, though. Let's go back here to the debris detector. Here's Social Hill. This would be to the west-southwest of Social Hill. There's DeRoche, Highway 128. So between Caney and DeRoche, near the lake, again, is where we may have had a brief touchdown. We still have some rotation here. It doesn't look nearly as impressive as it did moments ago. What does it look like on Storm Track 11? Do we still have a strong signature there, Simone, with, yeah, still showing a fairly significant, and the purple box would indicate tornado observed. So we have a tornado. We had a touchdown. We have a brief touchdown. Let's hope that it's not there long. Moving through central Hot Spring County. Here's Magnet Cove. Magnet Cove, you're in the path of the cell. Social Hill, Rockport, Butterfield, all of you could be impacted by this tornado, and it's observed. In other words, we have one.
I'm adding a storm track over here on Max 1.
Okay, let's go to Max 1. This is our velocity mode. It shows you winds going to and from radar. And anytime we have a couplet like that, very tightly put together, here are your locations. You've got DeRoche, Diamond Head, Shorewood Hills, and Butterfield. Let me do this real quick. I have a friend that's a storm chaser out in this area named Keith Gauthier, and Keith is in this area, and I'm hoping to get a little information from him. Maybe he can send me something. So Keith, if you're watching, please do. Yep. And the rotation certainly is coming back up. Thank you. Scott Covert's got his hands full up in northwest Arkansas. He's also trying to help us out down here in central Arkansas. Okay. Okay, waiting to hear from Keith. Keith's in this area.
Latest scan on that NROT, it is weakening a little bit. Still some rotation there, but it is starting to weaken a little. All
right, let's go back over to Storm Track 11, Perry, and we'll take a look at that rotation. Yeah, we've lost that bullseye of green. It's now beginning to shrink down a bit. Sometimes these things will cycle up quickly, then die back down. And this is within a line moving through this area. We said earlier that we could have 1 or 2 tornadoes embedded within the line of severe thunderstorms. And since this is a lot closer to central Arkansas, our THV 11 viewing area, we're going to stay here and pay close attention to it. But the purple box indicates tornado observed. We have one, we've seen it, we know it, radar confirmed tornado with a touchdown here somewhere to the west of Midway, between Bismarck and Midway. If you live in Bismarck, Arkansas, I was getting questions about the weather in Bismarck, and I never got a chance to answer them. Hopefully this answers your question and you're in your safe place. You're just on the outskirts of the box, but you've got a strong line of storms pushing through right now. And at any point in time, these spin-ups can occur. Anything, Simone?
On Max 1, excuse me, I have a broader perspective of the state. It looks like that line is slowly trying to catch up with that storm. But that storm is still trying to keep itself ahead of the line. Yeah. And that's where we're seeing that spin up. But it looks like as we get new radar scans that rotation is weakening.
Okay.
But no new information right now. Well, latest information came in at 3:57 that they're going to continue the tornado warning, but that's the latest that we have.
Okay, let's focus in on this area here. Lift it up just a little bit, and we'll turn off the box. We know that we have the tornado warning, but yeah, right in this area. Then here's the other cell that prompted the warning earlier. It's now severe warned. It's moving over Malvern, but we still have a bit of an appendage with this. We've lost that classic supercellular look, although sometimes you don't need that. It helps us find it really, but we do know that in that area, within the central part of that tornado warned box, we've had a tornado. A radar confirmed tornado. We had a dropout. We've got the debris detector said there's been a dropout here, so we know that we have a tornado. And it's, let me just track it on to the northeast. This is Hot Spring County, Garland County, Saline County. This is, if it holds together, if the string holds together, you got Pulaski. This is getting about an hour away from Pulaski. The line is out over western Pulaski. The line is moving from west to east. The cells that develop in the line are moving more northeasterly, and you see a lot of yellow here. There's a lot of warnings that are going on, and this is what we were thinking would happen today. We would have a line of storms. We would have a few of these storms that would be severe, packing winds of 60 plus, some hail, and also a brief tornado or two. I'm just trying to, okay. All right, so there we go. Tornado warning remains in place. Malvern, you're under the gun for a severe thunderstorm warning, some heavy rain, some lightning, possibly a lot of lightning and some hail for you. Storm just to your west, prompting the tornado warning. Let's go to velocity on this. Let's find out what the wind fields look like within the storm. We did have a dropout earlier. You know, Simone, that looks a lot better.
Yeah.
It looks like we're seeing it gust out, at least some stronger straight line wind gusts through here. Waiting to see if they're going to take it away from us. I'm afraid to turn away and go back to THV 11 plus, and then another warning comes about. But I know college football here on THV 11. I know how folks feel about it. There's Highway 84 and 128. This would be where we find the rotation, if there's any left. What about Storm Track 11? Let's go there. Let's take a look at our rotation tool. And there's the boxes. Yellow boxes are severe thunderstorm. Tornado confirmed. I don't see much in the way of any green. I do see some wind, like it's gusting out a bit, and there's some strong straight line winds here over southern Hot Spring County into northern Clark and also Dallas County. But this is our biggest area of concern. Social Hill, stay in your safe place. That it could recycle. Notice the movement to the northeast. Saline County, Pulaski County is in the path of this storm. What about hail? Simone, do we have any hail with the storm? Sometimes if we do, it's down in that severely warm
size hail
storm.
in that severe storm, excuse me.
Okay. But Lake Hamilton, Lake Catherine State Park, here's Hot Spring County. What's left of that circulation, and it has broadened out quite a bit. I would say that there's probably not much left of that rotation. And we're looking at a Little Rock, right? We're looking at the velocity from
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay. So, I mean, let's take it back. Can we back it up a few scans, and we'll walk our way up to it, and that'll give us a better idea of what is left of the storm that has prompted this warning. And I'm waiting for them to cut it, to signal to go by. There we go. Let's see if we can back it up just a few scans and find that couplet once again that prompted it. It was down here just north of the lake. This is Lake DeGray right here. So I said earlier that if you had friends and family Lake DeGray area, that's it. I think it's Lake DeGray. Yeah. Okay, so we're not going to be able to back it up. That's fine.
Yeah.
If we're okay. Okay, we'll figure that out later. But what we have, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got tornado warning till 4:30 for Clark, Garland, and Hot Spring. Severe thunderstorm warning for Hot Spring, as well as there you go. There, you backed it up. You did it. Yeah, you can see the progression of it. It hit hard. There you go, and that was probably the point where we had a little bit of green. That's probably what we were seeing with our debris detector, but then notice how quickly, after a couple of scans, it falls apart.
And this is the current.
This is the current. Not much left of it, but the warning remains in place. I'm fairly confident that it's done, but there might be another spin up along it that develops. Otherwise, we're going to see some strong wind gusts with this as that line. Let's go to a statewide view. Let's update you at home. Storms are now entering central Arkansas and Pulaski County. We'll keep an eye on that one down, excuse me, in Hot Spring County. But warnings do exist for strong wind gusts. The northern extent of this line is not nearly as impressive or strong as the southern extent of the line. Severe thunderstorm warning from Pope County through Conway, Van Buren County. You can see some strong thunderstorms here, some heavy rainfall. The rain is beginning to come to an end. The Razorback game begins at 4:30. They may have a few showers to start the game, but the severe weather threat dramatically drops off. If you live in Yell County, Johnson, Logan, Pope, upwards to Newton County, these areas are out of the severe weather threat. We still have a ways to go. That line will be pushing into Pulaski County by 5 o'clock, maybe even a little bit before that. And we still have a couple of very strong cells in south, central, and southwest Arkansas that bear watching that impose the potential for a tornado warning or two for the rest of the day. And we take the lightning off, and you can see the stronger storms are indeed south of Little Rock. And here's our line moving into western Pulaski County. Severe thunderstorm warning for Perry, northern Saline, Conway, and Pope counties. There's your line, and here's a line, but within that, we have an area that continues to show some strong rotation.
Something to note, how you mentioned that the strongest part of that line is what's south of I-30, or kind of running parallel to south of I-30. When you look at the hail, that hail, we're picking up multiple counties up and down that line, all near quarter-size hail, possibly nickel to quarter-size hail, kind of up and down that line through Hot Spring County, down to Clark County, down to Washita, Nevada.
Yeah, and yeah, you see that. Those are the warnings we have remaining. I'm just looking to make sure that I haven't missed anything. All right.
If anybody's new
yeah.
joining us, I'm going to add a new track to this just to give you a perspective of where this now broadened rotation is headed.
And yeah, it's broadened out. And I'm really surprised that the Weather Service hasn't canceled this or just made it a severe warning, because I don't see any rotation here with it. New severe thunderstorm warning for Washita, Hot Spring, Dallas, Grant, and Clark coming. And that may be what replaces this. But there you go. Here are some places that are going to be in the path if they extend this tornado warning. Shorewood Hills, Butterfield, Lonsdale, Nance, and Crows. There's the timing. Cells moving to the northeast roughly 35 to 40 miles per hour. It's the areas within this storm track. These are your areas. The concern, the area of rotation is here. Okay. They had reports of a tornado near Highway 128 in Hickory Grove. That's in the new DeRoche area. That was reported from 911 moments ago. So that was the cell that moved through. Tornado warning for north is canceled.
So,
they just
said
canceled
Highway
it.
128 in Hickory Grove.
Right, that's where that storm was moving through the DeRoche area. So we won't worry about that. Okay. So here's the deal. The warning's been canceled, and that's good news. Let's do a quick statewide recap. Let's go back to reflectivity. Folks in central Arkansas, stay weather aware for the rest of the afternoon and evening. Tornado watch remains in effect until 8 o'clock until this line moves through. The strongest activity, strongest storm still in Hot Spring, Clark, and down in near Washita County and Nevada County. We'll keep an eye on the southern extent of that line for further development. General thunderstorm activity here with a few wind gusts that so the severe potential remains here near the Van Buren County area. Were you going to say something? I'm sorry, Simone.
Down in Washita County, can we pull up Storm Track 11? We've got a big little hail signature happening.
Okay. So there you go. Washita County, that's near Chittister, south of Chittister, some large hail with that thunderstorm. The tornado warning has expired. We're going to go back to THV 11 programming. Again, I apologize. We're going to break in with more tornado warnings. We'll go back to THV 11 Plus here momentarily. Let's go back to programming. We're on plus again? Okay. All right. THV 11 plus. This is turning into a messy afternoon. I don't think I like it very much.
I don't like it either.
Where are you with your forecasting?
I didn't get too far. It wasn't
Well,
going that long.
All right. Yeah, you were gone for all of a minute. I'll tell you what. Okay, 6:30. We back to the game. Hi, folks on THV 11 Plus. I'm just trying to figure out the next moves here this afternoon. I really do hate to bounce in and out of programming. They're at halftime now, and I'm sure that we've had multiple folks call in with their concerns and their comments, have we? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's just too bad on them. If they would like to have a conversation, I will. I'm gonna ride it out. I'm gonna let you get your forecasting done. If we have another tornado warning, I'll just deal with it.
If we get another tornado warning, I'll be back.
Well, I'd rather you get your forecasting done, to be honest.
Okay. Well, that works too.
Yep. Oh, turn off her mic. Yeah. Okay. Oh, you pulled us up on the YouTube. Okay. Let me grab my bearings here. What did Grayson what? Okay. There you go. Well, Grayson, she's called all afternoon long from Phillips County. This isn't the first time she's given us a call. Just tell her that her chance for having some bad weather is going to be a little later in the evening. All right. So the challenges we have here on THV 11 on a day like today, where you've got tornado warnings, they're life-threatening. I don't care. We have one confirmed. Let's hope there is no property damage. And I realize there are people out there that really don't give two rips what happens to their neighbor, but I do. So anytime we have a tornado warning, I'm going on with it. And I'll stay on until I feel like that has played out. If that were in Pulaski County, you would want us to stay on. I know that that's out over Hot Spring County, and you may not have family. And I know that a lot of you just really care more about Ohio State than anything else. So this is the only soapbox I'll get on over this. And I just say this. If it's your life and your loved one, you'd want to know. You can pull up the CBS app if you want to watch the game. My responsibility is to pass along the information that our viewers need. That's all I'll say about it. Have a great day. Back to track and weather. Okay. All right, let's go to radar. And let's go, I'm going to show you the warnings we have. THV 11 Plus, it's 4:14 this afternoon. And I hope the boss is watching. I hope he heard that. I'm sure I'll get a good talking to on Monday morning. But that kind of stuff just drives me crazy. You know, it just drives me nuts. All right, passing through here, picking up the phone. I'll be in the principal's office Monday, folks. It's been great. Have a good one. That line it's lining up. You see the storm warnings that we have. You can come to me and we'll discuss it. It's 4:14. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for northern Conway into Van Buren and Cleburne County. Conway County, Perry. Looks like a warning has just expired for Perry County and Conway County. We still have the one, though, that's Garland and Saline. Hot Spring, down to Dallas County, Clark, and Ouachita counties. Those are your severe thunderstorm warnings at the current time. And I'm going to go back to radar. Give me just a moment here. I certainly hope that the Razorback game in Northwest Arkansas gets off. Kickoff gets off. I know that Scott's worked his tail off this afternoon. His crew did a fabulous job in Northwest Arkansas, KFSM. Kudos to them. Okay. So here's something from you. Emergency Management, Hot Spring County, there have been 0 reports of damage. That's good news, but yet they haven't been able to dig a little bit deeper down around the new DeRoche area. Storms are getting closer to western Pulaski County. I'm going to turn that off. That is A little bit of an annoyance there. Severe thunderstorm warning, Pulaski County, Saline County, Hot Spring. Now, the one in western Pulaski has been allowed to expire. Look at all that lightning. Lightning in Hot Spring County, that's the most impressive thunderstorm that we have. And that, where is the lightning on this thing? I can't turn it off. There it is. Look at that line. That's impressive. That is a big line of storms. And I'm sorry, folks. I'm still trying to recover from that. People, my goodness, people. Let me put this in a loop. Supercells that occasionally do develop out ahead of that line, and the lightning turned back on. Look at that. Severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect for Garland, Hot Springs, Saline. Y'all stay on your guard. I don't think we're completely finished with the tornado aspect of things tonight. I really don't. But a wall of wind is entering western Pulaski County as we speak. Thank y'all. Hey, you know, I'm here for you. I want to make sure that you are protected. I want to make sure you know what's coming at you. We still have a little ways to go for central Arkansas, but the line is getting closer. I'm going to keep an eye on that cell in Saline County, a little bit of an appendage there that's developing. And I don't want that to block, this query to block what's happening with that line. Look, here we go. There you go. There are your warnings. There is the line. Pretty much on time, maybe a little ahead of schedule for central Arkansas. It's at 5 o'clock. Forecast models, we're saying 5 o'clock. That line is pretty formidable from Little Rock down to Saline County, Garland, Hot Spring, also down around Ouachita County toward Camden, north of Camden. And we get into a situation down in Ouachita County where we're seeing the outer extent of radar from National Weather Service in North Little Rock. It's hard to see what's happening. And sometimes they see enough rotation, they'll put out a warning on it and just to cover, you know? Okay. All right, David is in DeRoche. David, I hope that your community was not impacted. We tried our best to make sure that you knew that was coming at you. You know, and we hope that things are going well for you. Hope that whatever hit in an area that had a bunch of trees, and that's all there was. But it was a pretty strong signature, damage signature that was out of the DeRoche area. Warnings, again, lining up. Let me go through them all for you. From northern Ouachita County through Clark and Dallas, Hot Spring, up the road in Garland County, Saline County, Pulaski. We're going to be next. Just know that. You're going to be next. And let me stop this on live radar. Let's go a little bit closer into what's happening here in western Pulaski County. This is an area I'm a little concerned about their live winds with that cell that's in northern Saline. Okay. Well, it just looks like a straight line wind to me. Thank you so much. And there you go. Saline County, Garland County, Hot Spring, Western Grant, Sheridan. A very potent thunderstorm with some strong wind gusts. Just to the west of you, that's right at Highway 270. Lots of lightning with it. You can see it kind of bowing out there. I'm going to turn that off. Come on now. I hear thunder outside here in downtown Little Rock. It's getting closer. And once the line moves through your area, the severe weather threat is over. Going to have some thunder and lightning, but west of Sheridan. And the other thing with velocity, I'm looking for any other couplets. Okay, we're getting down to the extent where we lose radar. You see that purple shaded stuff there? Radar range folding there near Bluff City. That's the southern extent of the radar from the National Weather Service. But I am picking up a pretty good amount of wind, a wall of wind moving through this area. Going back up to Pulaski County. Okay. Strong wind gusts in central Saline County. That's edging into western Pulaski County. Strong winds are occurring on that the northern part of Conway County into Van Buren County. I don't see much in the way of anything rotating there. I'm going to look at our NROT tool. Yeah, still a lot of wind though down north of Camden. There's a cell north of Camden that bears watching. David, I think you're commenting, David, from DeRoche. I think that's where you are. David Harris, watching on Facebook. I'm not going to be able to answer all the questions. I'm going to walk you through the warnings are located with this line. So much, it really was a low-end threat of severe, but we've had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, and we've had a few tornado warnings this afternoon. You're looking at our live winds or velocity mode. Let me turn on the radar once again. Turn off the lightning. The storms are a lot more formidable south of Little Rock. A new warning just popped up. Thought we would see that for Sheridan. Grant County, Saline County, southern part of Pulaski County, in Hot Spring until 5 o'clock. So the storms are getting closer to us here now in the Little Rock metro area. 422 this afternoon. Thank you for joining us. A little drink of water coming your way. Oh. All right. Thank you, Scott. Emmy Award winner Scott Covert, having our back up in Northwest Arkansas as well. Yes. Scott sent me a picture of that rotation coming out, and I know he's been busy up there in Northwest Arkansas. I'm sure he's ready to kick back, have a beverage, and watch the game, as a lot of us here in Central Arkansas are as well. Let me turn this off. Here are the warnings that we have, and they're all severe thunderstorm warning for wind. Now, again, at any point in time, there could be some rotation. If there is, I'll have to break into the main channel and make all the people watching Ohio State mad. And why did the SEC have to get, why did THV11 and CBS, why did we lose the SEC? Darn it. Oh, money, that's right. It's money. It's only money. I forgot, you know. I would much rather watch the SEC on CBS, right? But then I'd be making everybody mad by cutting in with those warnings. Oh, goodness. You think I get joy on? I really don't. I really don't. I would love for us to have a true fall where we don't have severe weather, September, October, and maybe a little in November when, you know, the air mass really changes over. It'd be nice to just have fall-like temperatures. But no, we can't have nice things. It's got to be difficult. It's got to be hard. Back to the warnings. There you go. All the warnings that are located Little Rock south. And they're all with that line. But the good news is currently no tornado warnings, just severe thunderstorm warnings. I want everybody at home that's oh, there's another warning up there. I forgot that one. Sorry about that. You guys are also under a warning in Conway County, Van Buren, and little western sliver of Cleburne County there. Let me broaden it out just a little bit there. There we go. So those are the warnings in the state. This kind of checks off. We knew that we would have a line of thunderstorms. The winds would be the main concern, and that's our main concern. Brief tornado or two can't be ruled out. Check that box off. Weather Service will head out near DeRoche tomorrow. They'll check things out. It would either be tomorrow or Monday. But behind the line, the severe weather threat markedly falls off. If you are on the western side, let's say if you were all over in western Garland County and Perry and Yell and Pike, Montgomery, Logan, Johnson, Pope, your severe weather threat has essentially come to an end. Certainly some good news there. A 1-2 punch out of Hot Spring County, that storm evolving from Lake DeGray once again. My goodness. Now, I am going to say that there is a cell, Camden, Ouachita County, it's going to move into Dallas and Cleveland. Probably going to get a tornado warning on that one. Let's see what the Weather Service is saying. Not yet, anyway. That would be east of Chittister, near Amy, Arkansas. Ouachita County, y'all be careful. That storm near Amy has got some teeth to it. Line of wind extending from Leola, west of Carthage, west of Princeton, east of Washita, Sparkman, near Amy. Okay? It's along that line. Back to live radar this afternoon. I believe we do have a 6:30 newscast. It's 4:26, and at halftime, Ohio State's beating Wisconsin, if you want to know the score. There you go. 6:30 newscaster, right as soon as the game is over with, Simone will pick it up, and I want her to get her forecasting done. More than likely, old Tom will be checking out and going home and having a Little Debbie snack cake, if I have one left. My kid didn't eat it. Back to radar we go, and you can see the severe thunderstorm warning that continues for Grant, Hot Springs, Pulaski, and Saline. Perry, why don't you take that outside shot real quick? Let's spend a little time outdoors. And that's why I hear the thunder in the distance. When we're looking west, skies are darkening. Severe thunderstorm just to the west of us. It's strong in western Pulaski. There is no warning in Faulkner, but there's a strong storm, line of storms getting close to Conway. Notice how we're not seeing as much lightning. The storms are not nearly as strong in central as they are just to the south of Little Rock. That is a big storm. Sheridan, take this one seriously. Let's go back to Max. Mr. Perry, thank you. Max is showing a strong to severe thunderstorm in western Grant County. If you live in Sheridan, this storm is moving to the east and will have, it'll be pretty noisy, going to have some strong wind gusts with it. I'm going to take a look at it here. Picking up just a little bit of rotation, just a little. And honestly, the strongest part of the storm is now moving through Poen, where that lightning is located, Poen. If you live in Poen, have family in Poen, then they're getting the brunt of it right now. Got to find the light. Where's the lightning? There we go. That line, potent line, along 270 is right on top of Poen. It's moving to the east. You've got Prattsville, Arkansas in line there. And I'm keeping an eye on National Weather Service. There's Prattsville. Poen, that line is right over the top of you. Prattsville, you're next, then Sheridan. Thiel, Arkansas, along Highway 229. Leola, you're going to get some strong wind gusts. There's Princeton, Arkansas, getting some strong winds. Nix. Go to the live winds mode here. There you go, strong winds there. Every time I duck out of this, it comes back. Okay. Taking you on a little trip. And the severe thunderstorm warning continues there. It's Poison Springs, Battleground. You're getting north of Camden. So that's what it looks like. Those are your severe thunderstorm warnings. And I would imagine we'll probably get one here in central Arkansas. Pulaski County is under one for downtown areas. All right. Go back to that. Thank you for watching this afternoon. Tom Brannon, Simone Thomas is here as well. I thought we'd thank you for watching us. Let me just say that first of all. Thanks for trusting us. I know we've been doing this a long time together, and I just want to make sure you know you have what you need to know to keep your family safe. That's all this is about. All right. I know that what's most important is making sure that your family is safe. Sometimes these thunderstorms contain some very strong wind gusts, straight line winds, and they scare you, you know? It might even make you think, are we having a tornado? No tornado warnings here yet, or at least not in central Arkansas. We had one, it expired, but we are looking at a couple of very strong to severe thunderstorms that are occurring just to the south of Little Rock. And Sheridan, you're getting ready to get walloped here in the next few minutes. Prattsville's getting walloped right now. Then south of Sheridan, you get north of Camden, through Dallas County, Carthage area. You folks are getting hit pretty hard. The two strongest storms identified by the amount of lightning that we're seeing there. Those are the biggest storms. Those are the strongest storms that we have. And I'm going to try to pull up something on. This is a good way to look at it. Want to know where the wind? Let's go to Storm Track 11, Perry. And you can pull me up on screen. and I can show folks at home, this goes in line with what we're seeing on radar. We're also seeing, or whoever's up there directing right now, Perry may have stepped away. There you go. You can pull me. I can go to the chroma. Yeah, I'll just do that. That'll work out. That's better. Okay, so here we are. Back to the green wall we go. You saw the radar reflectivity. This is the wind. These straight line winds are strong. That concerns me. There's Chittister, Arkansas. There's Amy. This is north of Camden. If any warning occurs, a tornado warning, it would be for this in northern parts of Ouachita County. I hope not. Please don't. I hope the National Weather Service doesn't, but they have to. If they see enough severe weather, see enough potential for a tornado, and they've got rotation, then they'll issue. One thing I want to note, the Roche, there's the signature for the tornado earlier this afternoon in Hot Spring County. This is where we're finding the wall of wind, that line of wind, and sometimes within the line, you might get a spin up or two. I wanted to point that out. That's one of the mechanisms of what we can use to pinpoint the wind, to pinpoint where the rotation is located. And Perry, if you want, you can go back to max 1, and we'll keep it there. Okay, how is Cabot looking? And I want y'all to take a look at radar. I've got it on central Arkansas. Pulaski County, western Pulaski County, the strongest part of the storm is now moving in to the western part of the county. For those of you that live I'm going back over to the wall, Perry. I'm going to spend just a few minutes here. For those of you that live in and around Pulaski County, if you live in Lonoke County, Cabot area, if you live in Conway, the line is now approaching. Here's Conway. North Conway, you got Wooster, you got Greenbrier. So the line is here, western Pulaski County, western Faulkner County. It extends down into Saline County. So Salem, you're getting hit pretty hard. This is going to skirt right across the Benton-Bryant area. And then you see a big uptick in lightning. The strongest storms that we have currently right here, right over Prattsville, getting close to Sheridan. Lots of lightning here, intense lightning at that. This is moving to the northeast, severe thunderstorm warning. Notice we don't have a warning here. So the storms to the north are not severe. They're strong but not severe. Here's Cabot. Had questions, what about Cabot? What about Searcy? Searcy's got general thunderstorm activity going on right now. Nothing that's too concerning here. But this tornado watch till 8 o'clock does include White County, Lonoke, Pulaski, and Faulkner counties. Fingers crossed we can get out of this without having much more harm. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for central Van Buren, western Cleburne, northeastern Conway counties also canceled. Cleburne, Van Buren, and Conway. So the box that was up here has been canceled. All of the action now south of Little Rock. And I'm surprised this one is still warned out over Garland County and Saline County. But the cells to the south of Sheridan, Benton, Sheridan South are the strongest in the state right now. We still have a ways to go. The line is going to move to the east this evening. Sun sets, we lose some instability. Anytime you get a big area of just general thunderstorms here, that's actually a good thing. That helps to stabilize the atmosphere. So that's good right there. Let me take our radar picture. You know what? I can stay over here. Take the radar picture a little farther to the south. I just have to go right. There we go. I can move it up a little bit. There we go. Okay. Yeah, okay. Storm moving through Bryant. That was a storm I just talked about. This is one of our RDOT cams, and it looks a little ominous out there. You say Bryant, or is this the camera shot from Alexander looking toward Bryant, or is it truly Bryant? Think so? Okay. Saline County, yeah, okay. So it's raining heavily, got some thunder and lightning out there. Back to radar we go. Strongest storms in the state are in Grant County, Sheridan, not far from you, severe thunderstorm warning, and down in northern Ouachita and a part of northern Calhoun, severe thunderstorm. This activity to the west is just some general rain shower and thunder. Non-severe, no worries. This is our concern. Everything that's to the east of this line, Pine Bluff, Star City, Clarendon, Stuttgart, even over toward, had nice lady Phillips County wanting to know what's going on. You have a ways to go in Phillips County, but it's probably going to be about 9 or 10 o'clock. Phillips County get some activity. So there are your boxes. These are your severe thunderstorm warnings. The cells within are moving to the northeast. The line is moving to the east. Not uncommon. Expect that with squall line. You get individual cells that will move to the northeast. Northeast at about 35 plus. There is Sheridan, Grant County. Sheridan's getting hit hard right now, and now we're beginning to see strong thunderstorm getting closer to downtown Little Rock. So from Little Rock south, these are where the warnings are certainly lining up this afternoon. Let me go to this right here. This is the warning page. I can remove the reflectivity. There are your warnings. They're all there. Grant, Hot Spring, Pulaski, Saline. This one is until 5 o'clock. This one out over Garland and Saline, I'm surprised that one hasn't expired yet. It might be doing so here pretty soon because the threat here is really winding down quickly. Okay. We mentioned the weather impact alert that we've had today. The severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect, tornado watch. I'm going to take a look and scale back the watches real quick for those of you that want to get on with doing something other than monitoring the weather and wondering if you're safe or not. Let me see if the Weather Service has scaled back those boxes yet, or the counties. But they did say they were going to remove some counties from the severe thunderstorm watch and the tornado watch. They haven't done it yet, okay? Huh. That has not happened yet. I think Simone is trying to get into Max 2. Hold on just a second there, okay. But there are the watches. Tornado watch till 8 o'clock for Pulaski, for White, for Prairie, Lone Oak, Jefferson, Cleveland County, Bradley counties. The counties to the west, though, I'm really surprised they haven't removed those. It is now 4:37. Donna, raining in Kensett, the cows are loving it. I'm glad the cows like that. Kelsey, that's funny. Kelsey wants to know if they need to start securing trampolines. I hope you had done that earlier in the day, Kelsey. Thank you very much for your comments. Alexis, I hope I answered your question about Cabot. Yeah, I'm going to have to drive through it. I'm sorry. All right, so weather impact alert continues. Tornado watch continues till 8 o'clock. And there is radar. We've got a couple of different ways to look at things. I'm going to turn off the Fort Smith radar because everything is now within our wheelhouse here. THV 11 Plus, Facebook, and also YouTube. Some YouTube cast members out there joining us this Saturday afternoon. I feel like it's 10 o'clock at night, to be honest with you. It's only 4:38. We are going to have a 6:30 newscast. A lot of it depends on what time the game wraps up. Ohio State, Wisconsin, they're about halfway through the third. It's 6:30. Simone will have your forecast. I'm here for really for the severe weather part of things. We still have the boxes, still have the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Have not had a new warning lately. Let's see what they're saying over on the National Weather Service channel. Cape is located, strongest storms are at the moment. Stronger storms will be moving into an area where the dynamics are not as favorable. So a downtick in intensity. I like that, I'd like to hear that. Severe thunderstorm warning canceled for Hot Spring, Saline, and Garland. Finally, there you go. So there's another warning down. Still got that big one down in Ouachita County, southern Dallas, and northern Calhoun. Okay. Saline, Perry, Faulkner, Conway, special weather statement, which is different. It's like saying there's a strong thunderstorm without it reaching level of severe. So yes, there is a strong thunderstorm over Saline, Perry, Faulkner, Conway, and Pulaski with the line pushing to the east. And I'm going to turn around here and talk to you about what's going on with that line. There you go. Turn off that query for just a moment. So we still have the warning in southern Pulaski County. That extends down to Grant County. There's Ouachita County, there's Calhoun and Dallas. I would say that the strongest thunderstorms we have tonight are in this area. Yeah, you're going to still have a strong thunderstorm with the line moving through various areas. But these two are the strongest. From Sheridan down to Fordyce. I don't know how you folks do it at home, but going back and forth from looking at messages from folks, phone calls from folks, eyes and ears out there. Thank you all so much for that. I appreciate that. Good friend of mine, Tracy, and her husband Pat ordered some barbecue. Should be at the front of the building. Want to make sure you get okay. Nice of you. Tracy, thank you, and Pat, I appreciate that. Wright's Barbecue. That's some good barbecue right there. Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate it. It is not necessary, but I do appreciate it. Hopefully I'll get a chance to eat some. If it was delivered to the front door, Perry, we need to tell somebody on Teams that we may have a barbecue delivery and tell Grayson not to eat it, because Grayson will eat it. I know how Grayson is. Tell him that's for you, okay? That you made an order. Thank you again, Tracy and Pat, for sending that over. We do appreciate it. Anyway, that's what's happening now. The thunderstorm activity moving into an area where we don't. I mentioned this afternoon. When you pinpoint CAPE, convective available potential energy, or storm fuel, and then you've got tornado parameter. What stuck out to me this afternoon was that when the thunderstorms entered this part of Arkansas, central Arkansas, there wasn't as much CAPE to work with. Yes, strong thunderstorms are possible, but what really stuck out at me was that there was tornado parameter here. Low end, enough there for one or two. Thus we had one, right? At least one. So that's what's going on this afternoon. And then looking at some of the information, we depend on the Weather Service, looking at their information, they're saying there's going to be a general downtick, a decreasing in intensity with the activity happening here in north central and northern Arkansas. Still a lot of lightning, still have a line moving through, but the good news is the severe potential is beginning to wind down here. But the storm that we have in Grant County, if you're watching us in Grant County, near Sheridan this afternoon, it's good to see you. Let's go to Storm Track 11, spend a little time there, Mr. Perry, if you don't mind. You can see that line is now moving right through, or just to the western edge of downtown Sheridan. There's Belfast up to Tull, Arkansas. You can hear the thunder booming out there. There might even be just a little bit of back end rotation to the west of Belfast, a little curly Q there. We'll keep an eye on that. But as far as overall rotation, there's not much. But straight line winds, absolutely. Moving through Sheridan, along with that line. That back-ended curly Q has a little bit of a concern there. And northern part of Grant County, there's some rotation there. Okay, let's hope that it doesn't turn into anything. But it certainly is something worth watching. NROT just updated, yeah, see, south of Tull, near Belfast, right in here. So that's where we find the strongest thunderstorm this afternoon. Okay. It is 4:44. I thank you for watching THV 11, THV 11 Plus. I'll try to answer questions as I go along as we continue to watch these thunderstorms, these severe cells pop up and move through central Arkansas. Streaming, we are central Arkansas, we're Arkansas streaming leader. I think that's the way we say it. And we're glad you're joining us today. Thank you. Yeah, Pat, it's pretty scary out there. Pat sent something 25 minutes ago. Let's see what else is going on here. Got a few folks watching and asking questions. Those that are not watching football, hopefully watching us. Northeastern Arkansas, Cody, Northeast Arkansas, that's a little out of our forecast area, but Northeast Arkansas will be getting some rain and some thunder. Maybe not as strong of a thunderstorm moving through that area. If it's in central Arkansas now, Northeast Arkansas, probably by 9, 10 o'clock tonight. Oh, it's early and we have a, you're watching the game, aren't you? Don't you lie to me, Perry. I got you. Chris Burns. Okay, looked on the end. Hey, Arkansas's up 3-0 on Texas A&M. What quarter are we in? The first? I guess it just started a few moments ago. Okay. That's the one we all really care about, right? Okay. Back to live action here is continuing to watch a line of storms move through the region. Miss Simone, if you were listening to me and you have your earpiece in, she's putting her forecast together tonight, 6:30. I need just a little breather for a minute. I need to go take care of some business. Miss Simone, if you don't mind, if you can hear me, would you come down and relieve me for a few? I would appreciate that. Thank you, Chris. I would let Chris come do it. She can probably hear me. I think she knows what I'm about to ask her to do, or what I need to go do. It happens. You know, you're over the age of 50, things happen, Mother Nature. Are you chuckling? Are you laughing at me?
Yes,
yeah.
I am.
Why don't you come in here, stand in here, and give everybody an update on what's going on, and I'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, Simone Thomas. There you go.
Turn off your mic, Tom.
Yeah, I will.
We just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. So I will give you all some of that information. Well, if you give me a second, I will actually pull that up on Storm Track 11 so we can look at that image together. But give me 1 second, Perry. No, give me 1 second, please. Thank you. All right, now we're ready for Storm Track 11. Sorry about that. Hello, can we pull back up Storm Track 11, please? Thank you. So this is the latest mesoscale discussion that just came from the Storm Prediction Center. Let's turn on our zoom so we can focus on this image. Well, zoom won't let me do it, but what I want you to focus on is this image here. We have that tornado warning, or tornado watch, excuse me, in effect for portions of central and south central Arkansas through 8 p.m. So this part of the state, the southernmost portion of that state, of that tornado watch area, is going to be the primary corridor for where we see severe weather between now and 6:45. That's the timing on this latest discussion. So before Tom left, what we're dealing with, if we can take it back to Max 1, that line is now starting to move into the Little Rock Metro here downtown. It sounds like it's starting to rain outside on Max 1. We can see that line again almost directly overhead central Pulaski County, down through portions of Grant County into Dallas County, down to that Washita and Calhoun County border. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now. Both of these warned storms with some heavy lightning signatures, indicating probably some strength there. What I'm going to do though is turn this lightning off. I'm going to give you some more information on both of these severe thunderstorm warnings. So the severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Grant, Hot Spring, Jefferson, Pulaski, and Saline County, that is through 5 p.m. That's for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. We take this down now a little bit further south, the severe thunderstorm warning coming out of portions of Calhoun, Clark. Let me move some of these around so you can still see the storm. So the box is going to be next to which storm we're talking about. So this southernmost storm impacting portions of Calhoun, Clark, Cleveland, and Dallas County. So this storm just off to the south and west of Fordyce right now looks like riding just along north of that Highway 79. This severe thunderstorm warning also in effect through 5 p.m. for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Locations to the west of this main line, your severe threat is winding down, but locations east of this line, there's still some room to go through the evening. Now, I am going to pull up our hail on Storm Track 11 because both of those severe thunderstorm warnings we have do mention quarter-size hail. So on Storm Track 11, that southernmost storm that's impacting portions of Washita County, Dallas County, and Calhoun County, that we're showing a pretty large hail signature here. This orange is closer to 1.5 inches, maybe upwards of 2 inches. This bullseye where we have this pink is closer to 2 inches. This little icon is estimating 2.19 or 2.2, so nearly 2.25 inches size diameter hail. This is going to be north of Berryton, Arkansas, southeast of Holly Springs, off to the west of Thornton. Again, this is for that southernmost storm. Farther north, this storm that's impacting portions of Grant, Saline, Pulaski County, we have that hail core. Looks like it's pretty much over Sheridan. This is a little bit smaller though, not quite 1 inch here. But both of these storms continue to have those severe thunderstorm warnings through 5 p.m. Taking us on our rotation tool, neither storm showing pretty significant rotation. This is just indicative of those straight line winds, which is good. We don't want a tornado warning right now. It looks like the National Weather Service is providing some updates to some of our watches. So the severe thunderstorm watch will continue for Perry County, Van Buren County, Stone, Izard, Fulton, Garland, and Conway County. So if we can take this back to Max 1 Perry. So some of those areas across north central Arkansas down into Garland, again in Conway County, that severe thunderstorm watch will continue. That is through 6 p.m. If I'm not mistaken, 6 p.m. for that severe thunderstorm watch. Our tornado watch will continue as well for pretty much all of those counties that were under that tornado watch. Some of the counties though that have been removed from the severe thunderstorm watch are going to be a little bit farther west. So think Montgomery County, Yale County, Pope County, Searcy County. The severe thunderstorm watch has been lifted for you. So again, those locations to the west of this main line are starting to see that severe threat wind down, but that main line now pretty much directly center of the state right now. I can hear the thunder outside the capital city. Can we actually take this camera shot that's on top of the Simmons Bank Tower? Yeah, that rain is starting to really come down here in the capital city. I actually would like to pull up over the past hour as we've been tracking things what that rainfall estimate looks like. We don't have any active flooding watches or warnings right now, but in some of these camera shots we've seen some heavy rain fall at times. So if we could take it back to Max 1, please. We can see across the central swath of the state, we're picking up that rain signature. These deeper, darker blues, closer to 3/4 of an inch. As you get into more of this yellowy, orangey color, that's closer to 1 inch, maybe even 1.5 inches. Looks like up here in north central Arkansas, some of Stone County, maybe even a little bit farther north, could be closer to 2 inches. This is near the cities of Mountain Home, maybe south of Melbourne, where we've picked up on the bullseye of almost 2 inches of rain. But I'm going to take us back to our reflectivity for anybody that might be joining us. And we're going to let this play out. I'm going to check to see if we have any new questions on any of our platforms. If you're wondering what Tom with, he needed a quick break, so we played hot potato right quick to give him that break. I'll give you some updates. Great news is right now we don't have any active tornado warnings, just those 2 severe thunderstorm warnings south of the Little Rock Metro that are both set to expire right now at 5 p.m. No word yet. Well, just a new word from the National Weather Service. They're going to draw up a new severe thunderstorm warning for that area east of Holly Springs. So when that new box comes out, I'll give you that update. In the meantime, let's see if we have any questions. A lot of people asking about the Little Rock Metro right now. We just have General thunderstorms moving overhead. The stronger storms producing the severe thunderstorm warnings are to our south. This is a look at West Little Rock. Things are starting to quiet down just a little bit as the heavier rain starts to move closer to downtown. The new severe thunderstorm warning coming out for portions of Dallas, Cleveland, Ouachita, Drew, Calhoun, and Bradley County has a tornado possible tag because there was a little bit of rotation picked up with the storm. So I'm going to take this lightning off so you can see a little bit better. So this new polygon where you see, oh, we're still on the camera. Do you mind if we pull up Max 1, please? So we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that has come down. Pull up some information on this for you. This is until 5:45 p.m. So this is for portions of Bradley, Calhoun, Cleveland, Dallas, Drew, and Ouachita counties. This has a tornado possible tag on it. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, ping pong ball size hail indicated in this. If we can, well, no, I'll keep it here on Max 1. What we're going to do is take it though to our velocity because they added that tornado possible tag because there was a little bit of rotation with this. So that rotation west of Fordyce, kind of northwest of Thornton, looks like this is near the intersections of Highway 273 and 274. This would be at the very southern tip of Dallas County at that Dallas and Calhoun County border. Again, if you're just now joining us on THV 11 Plus or on Facebook or YouTube, we're tracking the severe weather across central Arkansas. We've got a line of storms moving through ahead of our cold front. That cold front looking to bring us some cooler temperatures. So your Sunday is going to feel very nice. We'll talk more about that at 6:30. But ahead of this, we have been seeing some strong to severe storms, some of which have been spinning up a bit. We did have one confirmed tornado earlier this evening. The other have just been radar indicated. But our newest warning right now is for this is the very southern tip of Dallas County, northern tip of Calhoun County. The rotation that gave this tornado possible tag is northeast outside of Ouachita County. So not as much of a concern for Ouachita Ouachita County. This polygon though is moving towards the direction of that southern tip of Dallas County, northern tip of Calhoun County into central Cleveland County. As the latest scans come out, if there's going to be any rotation in this storm, it's right along this county border, this Highway 273, 274 intersection. Now on our Storm Track 11, our NROT tool, the rotation isn't super defined here, which is good. We don't want this to jump up at all. But this is the setup we're watching right now. I'm going to take this back to our reflectivity. Take off some of this lightning. Where you see this shot of purple right around that Dallas County, Calhoun County border, that's likely where we're seeing the hail. So we're gonna take this to our hail now tool for you to see that hail size. So where you see, and then again, this is right around Highway 205, 274. What we're kind of looking at is northern Calhoun County. You got this bullseye of pink. That might be a little bit closer to golf ball size, but more of this orangey red is that ping pong. That's what the severe thunderstorm warning has tagged, is that ping pong ball or 1.5 inch size hail. Again, this is that northern tip, that northwestern tip of Calhoun County. To the north is Dallas County. To the west, this line, that's still portions of Ouachita County. And again, this is that large hail signature. Looking to see if we have any more significant hail. A little bit of hail up in Grant County, not as significant as what we see again riding along that Dallas County, Calhoun County border. This is running nearly parallel of this Highway 79 line, almost directly overhead Highway 274 and 205. Taking us back, we're going to take us back to the live wind, because the storm again has that tornado possible tag with the warning. Pretty broad rotation. I think Tom is back with us. How you feeling?
I feel better. It does feel good to get to go to the bathroom occasionally.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second. I want to thank, if my friend Tracy's watching out there, thank you for sending dinner over, Tracy. It arrived. Thank you very much.
That was kind.
It was kind. So, Perry, you want to turn it over to Chris Burns? He's not doing anything up there, is he? You want to go grab a quick bite? Yeah, okay. I'm messing with you, Chris. I've just told the folks in the newsroom, just leave me a sandwich. That was all. So there we go. Fordyce, we've got a problem around Fordyce.
It's maybe some hail,
Yeah.
some broad rotation.
Okay. Okay.
So over on Max 1, looks like that rotation, if it's going to be anywhere west of that Walmart in Fordyce. Let me take this windshield query off so it's not in the way. So north of that Highway 273, south, what is this, Highway 8, just south of the city of Bucksnort, west of Fordyce.
Isn't that a great name?
That is a great name.
I'm going to have to get a different battery. But you keep going. You're doing a fine job.
Okay. Again, right now, this is just a severe thunderstorm warning, but they issued the tornado possible tag because there was a little bit of rotation with this. I'm going to zoom out a little bit in case you're just now joining us and you're a little confused as to where we're looking at. So this is the southern extent of Dallas County. The city of Fordyce is right here. Northern extent of Calhoun County. We've got Cleveland and Bradley immediately to our east. That rotation, though, that broad rotation, is just west right now, kind of north and west of the city of Fordyce. This is moving northeast, so I think it'll likely pass over this Highway 229, maybe eventually 176, and south central Arkansas. The storm also been producing some big hail. That's really been the star of the show with the storm now. This hail signature actually has gone down a little bit. And even with this newest scan that just came out, that orangey bullseye we had is gone and it's just blue, and it's still riding along that Dallas County, Calhoun County border, but it's getting closer to the city of Fordyce. So if you're in Fordyce and you have family maybe at that Walmart to the west, immediately to your west, or maybe even overhead at this point, because as far as that storm is from the radar beam, this might be off a little bit. So if you're at that Walmart in Fordyce, could be seeing some hail out there right now, quarter size hail, but a few scans ago it was indicating ping pong ball size hail, which is 1.5 inch. So this hail path tool, there we go. So yeah, a couple scans ago when this storm was in that Highway 205, 274 region, we saw what could have been ping pong, maybe a small spike of golf ball size hail. That even extended back to the west and northern portions of Ouachita County, that ping pong ball size hail. So this storm that is riding some of those southern Arkansas counties has been really a hail maker. And as we continue through the next couple minutes, severe thunderstorm warning continues through 5:45. Let's see. Sounds like the rain is maybe slacking up a bit here downtown. I can hear the rain, but don't hear as heavy thunder and lightning as we did a second ago. Take this up a little north. We've got some storms riding south, just to the east of I-530, so East End, maybe just east of Sheridan, through a lot of Grant County, eastern Grant County, probably hearing some thunder and lightning. Whitehall, you'll probably feel some of that next. Pine Bluff, within the next hour as that line is moving east, you'll probably feel some of that next. Taking this up north, once you get north of I-40, things aren't as rowdy as they are south of that line into north central Arkansas. Light to moderate rain, maybe a few streaks of thunder and lightning across portions of White County into Woodruff County. Or excuse me, White County into Jackson County. But again, right now, the star of the show in the state is this lone severe thunderstorm warning impacting portions of Calhoun, Cleveland, Dallas, and Ouachita counties. The storm has really been a big hail maker. There was some broad level rotation, so the National Weather Service gave it the tornado possible tag. When we turn on the velocity mode, looks like if there's going to be any rotation, it's right around Fordyce, like that Walmart. We were just talking about that Walmart a second ago. That's going to be the area of interest down in southern Dallas County. I'm just reading to see if anybody has a question that I haven't answered yet. I can hear the rain falling in downtown Little Rock. Right now, this severe thunderstorm warning in south central Arkansas is our only active warning in the state, but we do still have a number of watches and warnings in effect. So I'm going to take this out wide view across the state. Let's look at our current watches that we have. Some of those counties have been taken off. The problem is with this graphic, they're not updating it when the watches get taken off. Just new from the National Weather Service, Lincoln County, Drew County, Arkansas, DeShay County, so into southeastern Arkansas, you have been added to that tornado watch. That tornado watch will continue through 8 p.m. Our time now is 5:07. I wonder why this is not updating. Is this one updating? Let's find out and see. Yeah, so these maps don't want to update to show the counties that have been removed from their watches. But if we take this back to the statewide view to show you where that line is, areas west of this line, you're going to see that severe threat dwindle, but areas east of the line continue to stay weather aware. We'll continue to be tracking those impacts. So that line right now draped through the centralmost part of the state, where the greatest concern are these storms south of that I-40 line. So Pulaski County down through Grant, Cleveland, Dallas, Calhoun, Ouachita, south through the state. That lone severe thunderstorm warning again continues for this part of the state. Looks like it is wrong. Hold on, I meant to hit this one, the wind. Still got that broad rotation. That was just another note from the National Weather Service about that tornado watch. So again, that tornado watch will be extended for Arkansas County, Drew County, Lincoln County, DeShay County, and if I didn't already say Arkansas County, through 8 p.m. Time 5:10. We have our newscast coming up at 6:30. That's unless football delays us. I think though, while we still have active warnings, we're going to at least continue on THV 11 plus. Unfortunately, our map has not updated yet to show you the counties, the new counties that have been added to the tornado watch. As soon as that gets updated, though, I will have that for you all. In the meantime, here I have a graphic actually I can pull in. I'm going to let this radar play right quick while I pull that in. This was something I made a second ago while I was off in the office and Tom was handling this solo. Looks like, excuse me, I feel a sneeze coming, excuse me. All right, so here's our severe weather timeline. Northwest Arkansas, west central Arkansas, I'd say the severe threat is over for you. Still could possibly see some rain showers over the next 30 minutes to an hour, but that line of storms really over central Arkansas. That'll continue to impact some of those east central Arkansas counties through 8 p.m. Those latest counties that just got added to our tornado watch. Tornado watch ends at 8 p.m. because still they'll possibly see some rain across those extreme eastern counties till about 10 p.m. So that line moving through a little bit quicker than we might have thought so this morning or even the past couple of days, but that's good news. The quicker it moves, the quicker it gets out of here. So we're going to take this back to our statewide view in the reflectivity. All right, so our only active warning right now, again, is for that storm impacting portions of Dallas, Calhoun, Cleveland County. For the 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, it was initially issued with a tornado possible tag and ping pong ball size hail, but we've seen with some recent scans, A, the rotation has stayed pretty broad, but B, some of that hail size decreased. So let's check in on that again to see if that's changed any. So yeah, the hail size still not as big as it was earlier. If you remember, we had that almost orange bullseye that was that ping pong ball. Now this is closer to nickel to quarter size hail. As far as the wind, still pretty broad rotation over or starting to move out of Fordyce. Again, this is the southeastern tip of Dallas County, northeastern tip of Calhoun County. This is going to start to move into central Cleveland County. Had a couple people ask about different locations across the Little Rock Metro right now. Possibly hearing some thunder or lightning if you're between Sherwood and Jacksonville. The problem when we get right here, that radar site, that's what this little dome is right here in Sherwood. So you're not going to get the same picture as you would closer to here in East End or to Whitehall, if that makes sense. But it looks like we are still picking up on a thunder and lightning signature. So the storm has some strength, but not strong enough for a severe thunderstorm warning right now. When we pull up our wind, possibly 50-mile-an-hour wind along this I-57 corridor. So east of Sherwood headed up to Jacksonville. Maumelle also probably picking up 40 to 50-mile-an-hour winds. Camac Village. West Little Rock, that's more along that 40-mile-an-hour. Put this back on our reflectivity. Yeah, so we've got this lone severe thunderstorm warning in the state right now. not much new information from the National Weather Service right now, so we're just going to kind of let this hang out on live radar. I'm going to look across all of our platforms to see if there are any questions. This is unrelated to weather questions, but it looks like we've got an accident on 630 in Little Rock. If somebody in the booth can pull up that RDOT camera on 630 near the MLK exit, that exit 2B. Looks like there was an accident, probably with the slick roads. I'm telling you guys, when you know there's rain coming, that is not the time to speed. Looks like they're getting some assistance over there. We don't have to pull up that camera. We can keep it here on Max 1. Also on I-40. Headed up towards Mayflower, that's in Pulaski County. Looks like there's another accident. So we're starting to see a couple accidents popping up across central Arkansas because unfortunately when it rains, instead of slowing down, people apparently speed up. Looking to see if we have any new information from the Storm Prediction Center. You have that accident on 630. Let's go ahead and pull that up. So this is on 630 near that 2B exit. I'm not sure if there was another car involved or not, but it looks like the car that's out there, they're getting some assistance. You see though, those roads are slick. And as I just mentioned a second ago, unfortunately, sometimes when we get that rain, people panic. Now, if you can give me the camera shot, this is going to be Interstate 40. West of Morgan, exit 142, looking westbound. It looks like traffic is slowed because there was another incident between Maumelle and Mayflower. So traffic is slowed, A, because there's likely some heavy downpours in this area, but B, there's also an accident reported in the area. I think the westbound lane is going to be the most impacted. Hopefully you're not on the roads right now, but if you're on the roads, again, this is I-40 coming from Maumelle headed towards Mayflower. There's an accident reported, likely associated with, you know, the weather that's happening, and it has traffic slowed. Yeah, it's getting real dark on this camera and traffic's almost at a standstill. Again, as far as that severe thunderstorm warning that we have, that continues through 545. Our hail that we had, the size of that hail still maintaining quarter size. Those winds still very broad rotation. That's now moving northeast of Fordyce, riding along that Highway 79, maybe along Highway 97, kind of this part of what we're now in Cleveland County. So Rison, you're downstream of this on Highway 79. Do we have any new information from the National Weather Service? No, we do not. Somebody asked on Facebook, once this line of storms passes over you, yes, the severe threat is over. Believe it or not, the front not quite moved through yet. These storms are happening ahead of the front. So the front itself will actually move through overnight. It's a Sunday. That front will help clear the rest of the clouds out of here though. So kind of zoomed out to more of a statewide view. Pretty much the centralmost part of the state picking up on the rainfall. So northwest Arkansas, things are clear up there. Hopefully the Razorbacks are having a successful game. Down towards Polk County, Mena, things are quieter down there. Texarkana, things starting to quiet down for you. I feel like our neighbors over in Arkadelphia, it's raining right now. Mount Ida, Hot Springs, Arkadelphia, even up to Russellville, might be raining right now, but that rain gonna keep pushing east here soon too, so you'll start to see drier conditions. The storms now looks like Cabot. If you're not already hearing the thunder and lightning, you're about to. Similar thing for Searcy. Those storms though not as strong as what's farther south. Pine Bluff, if you're not already hearing the thunder and lightning, I know Whitehall is. You got this storm starting to move through, and again, that storm under that severe thunderstorm warning, the strong part of that is headed towards Rison. Grant County, Grant County, I would say the severe threat is starting to wind down because the stronger part of that storm is to your neighbor in Jefferson County. You'll likely still see some light to moderate rain over the next 30 minutes to an hour. Yeah, Jacksonville, probably Cabot, you're starting to hear some heavy rain right now. What's the chance of North Little Rock area getting a tornado? Well, that chance is low. The strongest, likely the strongest storm we'll see for the evening is currently moving through the Little Rock Metro as a whole. The line, as it moves east, our severe threat is really going to start to wind down. So the National Weather Service just issued a special weather statement. So that's what we issue, or that's what they issue when the storm is stronger than a regular thunderstorm, but not as strong as a severe thunderstorm. This is going to be for southern portions of Pulaski County and to Jefferson County and to Cleveland County, some of Prairie and Arkansas County. So really just this part of the line, just north of that severe warning polygon, till about where you see that label that says Little Rock, this is that chunk of the line that they're calling for that special weather statement. So again, that's what is issued when it's stronger than a thunderstorm, but not a severe thunderstorm. This has been issued for 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and the special weather statement is through 6. So just as this moves east, that is what is expected. Somebody asked about power outages. Give me a second to pull up that map. So it looks like they've updated this power outage website. Can we pull up Storm Track 11, please? Can someone pull up Storm Track 11, please? All right, thank you. Thank you. So for the person that asked about power outages, our two counties with the greatest power outages right now, Carroll County up in northwest Arkansas and Pike County. Now, when I say greatest, this is greatest based off of the concentration of people in that county. So we have down in Pike County almost 1,000 people without power, close to neighboring counties, Montgomery County, Clark County, in that 200, 300 range of people without power. Hot Spring County, a little over 300 without power. Where we currently have that severe thunderstorm warning right now, that part of the state, not a whole lot of power outages happening here, which is good news. Looks like, again, the main power outages are kind of west of the capital city. But can we take it back to Max 1, please? Hope that answered the question about power outages. All right, so for that severe thunderstorm warning, Ouachita County has been removed. It continues, that polygon will continue for portions of Dallas County, just the extreme southeastern tip of Dallas County, the northeastern tip of Calhoun County, but really central Cleveland County, some of northern Bradley County, which is really just a slither of Bradley County. This is going to primarily be a concern for Cleveland County, Rison, Rawl. That's where we're going to see the impacts of the storm, producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is our only active warning in the state right now, but we do still have a number of watches that are in effect. Let's see if our watches map has updated. So those watches that have been canceled early across those western counties have not been updated on this map, but this map was updated to include those southeastern Arkansas counties that were added to that tornado watch. So this tornado watch, these counties shaded in yellow, from up here in Cleburne County down to White County, Faulkner County, Pulaski areas, down into Ouachita, Calhoun, Bradley, over into Drew, Deshay. Now we're getting along the Arkansas River. Again, that tornado watch area is going to be in effect until 8 o'clock. Strongest part of these storms, again, is primarily south of this I-40 line. Maybe, though, just north of that line, portions of Pulaski and Lonoke County near the Cabot area may be picking up on a thunderstorm, but the stronger storms stay into south central Arkansas this evening. I'm not sure where Tom went. He came in and he left again. Yeah, guys, it's 5:30 now. Our newscast is at 6:30. I say once we get to 5:45, because we have 15 minutes left on this watch, whatever comes first, either this watch gets canceled, this warning gets canceled early, or we get to 5:45 and it expires organically. Bearing we have no new warnings, I think we can maybe put a pin in the streaming to just give our production crew in the booth time to prepare for the 6:30 newscast. Local storm report coming out from the National Weather Service coming out of Hot Spring County. Tree damage reported along Sycamore Road around the Lucky Pine area, so likely tree damage from what was that tornado warning or that confirmed tornado that we had earlier. So again, right now, the situation, we're just watching these storms across central Arkansas. We have one active warning, and whichever comes first, either this warning expires organically or it gets canceled early. If we don't have any new warnings, we will put a pause in the stream to allow our production crew time to prepare for the 6:30. But this part of the state is under tornado watch until 8. So I'm not going to hold my breath that we'll get a break, because we're moving into a part of the state that has not seen much rain today. So the area has that energy needed to see some strong storms. Good news is, the closer we get to sunset, once the sun goes down, that's really going to limit some of the instability or energy we're able to juice up. Pine Bluff, you're probably hearing some thunder and lightning. Whitehall, things are probably slowly starting to slack up. The storm is going to be starting to move to your east here soon. England, probably storming in your neighborhood. Jacksonville, Sherwood, things might be starting to slack up. Cabot, you might still be dealing with some storms. Lonoke, you're kind of wedged in this area where it's just rain showers right now. Again, we got some light to moderate rain and across west central Arkansas, but as that main line moves through, your risk of severe weather is really winding down. Here's the scenario in White County. Crosby, Garner, BB, you're probably, hearing some lightning and thunder. It's not terrible. Not a whole lot of lightning picked up with that storm. Really, we're seeing the lightning and the strength in these southern storms.
Here I am, dropping things. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. You go get ready for 6:30. Perry and I are going to run you through 6:30, and that way they can prepare for their newscast.
Okay.
Give you a break. There's some dinner in the back. Go get your plate. Okay?
Thank you.
All righty. A little break, a little bit of something to eat, a little football. Arkansas is losing.
Surprise, surprise.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Samoa's keeping an eye on things down in South Central and Southeast Arkansas. Just kind of back with you today, back with you. And I apologize, I did get a little bit of something to eat. I thank my friend Tracy Matthews, Little Rock, Tracy Gentry Matthews. Her and her husband Pat are artists. They fed us tonight, fed the crew. And Tracy, thank you. Awfully nice of you. Even better that it was Wright's Barbecue. There's plenty there. Thank you so much. So while I was able to take a break, let Simone get a little work in here on the radar and keep you up to date. Thank you for letting me take that break. It's 5:33. The severe weather threat is beginning to decrease from, let's say, Little Rock west. Certainly some good news. Still got the front to move through, so there still might be a thunderstorm. I was catching the game, Razorbacks and Texas A&M. It looked like skies were clearing off in northwest Arkansas. The rain has stopped up there. Let's take you on a little journey. Let me go back to Max here. I'm going to take us back to the statewide vantage point. Hope everybody's doing well this evening. I know the storms are a little bit noisy out there, and they look to be the heaviest through Lonoke and Jefferson County. Severe thunderstorm warning there in Calhoun and Cleveland counties. But notice everything is cleared off in western Arkansas. That is certainly some good news. Let's start north to south. Give our friends in north central and northeast Arkansas a little bit of a plug here. I would say that if there's an area that really has seen the severe weather threat diminish the most, it's northeast, north central, and east central Arkansas. There's hardly any lightning with some of these thunderstorms. That being said, there could still be some gusty winds. Melbourne, Mountain View, Heber Springs, general rain and thunderstorm. This is a good thing. We need the rain. We don't want the severe, but we need the rain. So from there, let's take you a little further into east central Arkansas. There's a pretty good cell moving through western White County, northern Lonoke County, from Conway down to BB, Ward, and Cabot. That's where we're finding a pretty good line of wind there. East of Little Rock, Cabot down to England, and this is where things get a little more active. From England down to Pine Bluff, Whitehall, those storms are a little stronger. But they're moving along quickly. Here it is 5:35. There were forecast models that had the line projected to be in central Arkansas. Looks like a tornado warning was just posted. Let me see here. If that's the case, I'm bad news. Nope, severe thunderstorm warning. I was looking at the roadways. Whew, boy, that was close. I didn't want to have to break in on anybody else's football games. Anyway, severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cleveland, Calhoun, and Bradley counties. So that's the latest one until 6 o'clock. Storms moving to the east-northeast. And this is where we find, again, most of the severe weather ingredients over at southern Arkansas this hour. But the good news is you get to the west of Camden, Prescott, Antoine, Daisy, Glenwood, Hot Springs, Lake Hamilton, and even Little Rock. The severe weather threat has really dropped off considerably. So a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings remain, and we still have a little bit of activity west of Little Rock that we've got to get through this afternoon. Let me go to our palette here and put that into motion. Yeah, for those of you joining us on the platforms, Facebook, YouTube, and Facebook, THV11 Plus. I had to get that one out there. There you go. Benton, Alexander, general rain showers now, Mayflower, maybe a rumble of thunder, but the severe threat has really dropped off. So I'm going to go back over here to Facebook. There we go. North Little Rock. North Little Rock is doing well. They are in the clear right now. Again, the strongest thunderstorms are, and if you can come back, do you want to come back to me, Mr. Burns? After all, I fed you some dinner. Thank you. Or is it Perry? Who's up? Did Perry go home? Or is it, it's you, Perry. Okay. How was that? Was that pretty good stuff tonight? Very good stuff. Ward, Cabot, Lone Oak, still some strong thunderstorms. A line here. Boeing, Echo here, moving out of Jefferson County, getting close to Humphrey, Arkansas. Whitehall, Pine Bluff, the worst of the action is currently moving through your region. And then we get into those cells where we have the severe thunderstorm warnings for Bradley, Calhoun, and Cleveland. The box that is lit up there is the latest warning. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas County over to Cleveland, and it extends over into Drew County, Monticello. Hampton, Banks. Notice how this is bowing out a bit. There's going to be some strong wind gusts with that. Tornado watch remains in effect. I heard Simone talk about how they're extending the watch tonight. I think it's till 8 o'clock for central Arkansas, then a few counties in southeast Arkansas. I'll tell you, these storms may get out of the state before 8 o'clock. Wouldn't that be great? I know that I would certainly welcome that. I'm sure that you would as well. So there you go. That's the latest, the strongest thunderstorm activity, Cleveland County and Lincoln County. Let me turn on, I tell you what we could do. Let's go back to Storm Track 11. This really gives a great indication of the straight line winds that are pushing through the area. So Storm Track looks like this, and you can see where that red area and the blue area. Is the wall open? We step into the wall, Perry? Okay, I'll be on the side of it. You just tell me when you're ready. All right, there we go. This is the thunderstorm wind gusts moving through. This is our latest, say the bowing out of those winds in Jefferson County. The strongest winds, though, are down around Risen in the Fort, moving out of the Fordyce area. You know what I can't do is, I'll be right back. Yeah, velocity really, really helps. Way to go, Tom. Velocity mode, this is Storm Track 11, and you can see the wind blowing out here near Altimer, Pine Bluff, and then where the warnings are located, this is where we find the strongest wind gusts. And got to keep an eye, you know, where these areas come together, the blues and the reds, and they look as if there might be some turning motion there, but not enough to prompt a tornado warning, but certainly a severe thunderstorm warning. So this area remains prime for the development of more severe weather throughout the evening. But you can certainly see the wind here moving through Cleveland County into northern Bradley County right there. So those are the areas receiving the strongest winds right now. If you're in eastern and southeastern Arkansas, you still have a ways to go. It looks like another warning box was just posted. Let me do this. We still have those two. And let me go back to the National Weather Service page real quick. Special severe thunderstorm warning 539 for Cleveland, Lincoln, and Drew County. So yeah, a new warning was just posted in southeast Arkansas. Let me see if I can go some of these, some of the folks that are joining us on Facebook Live. You want to hear about Ward? Look at some of the comments. Okay, well, being that Ward is in Lonoke County, just north of Cabot, there's a thunderstorm moving through the Ward area that may have some strong wind gusts. No tornadoes up in Ward, okay? Just some strong winds, general thunderstorm winds. I know where Ward is, growing up in the Cabot area. But yeah, some very heavy rain, probably some thunder and lightning, some strong wind gusts. That's what it looks like. Non-severe. Fantastic, right? Non-severe storms in Ward. Give it about 25, 30 minutes. Your severe weather threat will have come to an end, Ward, okay? There you go. All right, Gabby, got you covered there. Tornado threat is coming to an end in Cabot. Tornado threat is coming to an end. There was really not much of a threat in Cabot, I think. But yeah, strong thunderstorm there. I know that the watch is in effect till 8 o'clock, but I think the threat, the tornado concern is really beginning to diminish in central Arkansas, especially since the atmosphere has been worked over. Now, we still have a little bit of a line on the backside of that that's got to come through, but that is non-severe. The worst of the weather, our southeast Arkansas friends and neighbors, the latest warning is for Cleveland, Drew, and Lincoln counties. Let me lift this box up a little bit so we can get a little bit more of the polygon. There you go. The trifecta there, that's, let me pause it. Pause. The counties Calhoun, of Bradley, Lincoln, Cleveland, a little sliver there of Dallas County, and see, Cleveland, yeah, those are the counties. That's where we find the strongest thunderstorms tonight. Could have some wind, could have some hail. Let me check, see if there's any hail in these thunderstorms. And a pretty good little hail core there that is Cleveland County, southeast of Rison, a pretty substantial hail core. I'm going to turn on the hail. We call it hail now. So there's your hail core. So that's where you're finding the worst of the severe thunderstorm right there. Possibly ping pong to golf ball sized hail. This is south and east of Rison at this time. If you live in that area, you may be getting some decent hail. Okay? Brandy wants to know about Pine Bluff. The good news for Pine Bluff is the strongest thunderstorm activity should be coming to an end here soon, if it's not already over. Let me look at it. Pine Bluff still has that thunder. The line is moving through the Pine Bluff area right now. You got another 20, 30 minutes or so. Strong winds from England, Humnoke, Humphrey, Altimer, and Pine Bluff. Okay? Gabby, you're ready. Please redirect the weather to Fayetteville. We need to slow the You're not going to stop the Aggies, unfortunately. What's the score, Whitney? Score me, all right? 21, we guess it's probably 21-6. And Talon got knocked out of the game. That's all we need, right? So there you go. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for those areas. See the Rison, Star City, you're within a box. Rolls within a box. Fordyce, Banks, Warren, Hampton, your communities are within the box. No. Desiree is the front, very funny, front through Jacksonville. I think the worst of the weather is beginning to back off in Cabot and in Jacksonville. Yeah, central Arkansas, things are beginning to settle down. So that is something to, yeah, you're on the backside. Little Rock, severe weather threat, pretty much over. Cabot and BB, general thunderstorm activity. The worst of it, again, is Pine Bluff South. If you live in Pine Bluff and you live in southeast Arkansas, if you live in DeWitt, Gillette, if you live in Dumas, you live, I talked to a nice lady from Marvel over in Phillips County, and she's concerned about the weather. And the weather will be moving into the Phillips County area here in the next couple of 3 hours, if not before then. Let's get it out of here. That's what we'd like to do. Let's say sayonara to this stuff. So here's, once again, radar. I mentioned that the worst part of it, you kind of see a little bit of a curlicue head here, right? So this is a wraparound effect. There might even be some rotation here, but it's this bowing segment that's getting closer to Stuttgart, down to Pine Bluff in Jefferson County. This is the worst of it right here. And then you go a little farther to the south, and you have your warnings that are in Cleveland, Lincoln County, Calhoun, and Bradley counties. So these are your strongest thunderstorms. And if you size up the lightning, where the strongest thunderstorms are located, lots of lightning. And then you get over to Camden, Magnolia, Nashville, and the weather settles down. That is where we're seeing the end of the threat of severe weather. I typically don't like to eat anything while I'm doing weather, but I couldn't resist what I had waiting for me, so I had a little snack. I didn't get any lunch today, so please forgive me. I had a little snack. It was a very good snack. Yes, it was. Perry said it was a very good snack. Nice calm rain in Searcy. Happy to hear that. Judsonia, you have nothing to worry about. Don't worry about it, Judsonia. Cleveland County, look, other than maybe some rumbles of thunder, the weather threat is coming to an end. I'm going to check and see if our box has been updated in terms of the severe weather watches, the tornado watches, severe thunderstorm watches. 546. And it still says that we have counties under watches, and I don't buy that. Give me just a second and turn this off, because the severe threat really has come to an end in the western and southwestern part of the state. Okay, let me try something here. Tracy is watching. Tracy, she says, take some home to Leanne. I will try if there's any left. I will be happy to take some of that home. Watches and warnings. Let me try a different. Let's see, U.S. watches and warnings. Does that help? I don't think so. Well, now that helped, but I'm wondering why the severe thunderstorm watches didn't go away. Okay, so that is not going to work. All right, give me just a second. Let's pull it up on radar. When the National Weather Service goes in, they usually just take counties out and they disappear from our graphic system. Well, that hasn't been the case tonight. And it's taken too long for this to and I may have to get Simone on it to see if she can make that change. Statewide radar, just a nice general rain happening. Little Rock north, rumbles of thunder. The worst of it is to our south and southeast. Is that another box? Yeah, it looks like another severe thunderstorm warning. Come on. Yeah, that's another warning. And that covers a good deal of real estate. Yeah, Simone, get in there and take those out if you don't mind. Find a way to get rid of some of those counties. This is hold on. The new warnings that are coming down now for a good part of eastern Arkansas. The Weather Service has just said, we're tired of messing with it. We're putting the whole area under a severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for Cleveland, for Arkansas. Cleveland, Jefferson, Lincoln, Prairie, Arkansas, Monroe, Woodruff, Deshay, and Lone Oak. That's a lot of real estate. This is what that looks like. Let me turn on the warnings. Everything is now shifting into eastern Arkansas, with the latest being that swath there that covers up Clarendon. We had questions about Clarendon up to Brinkley, Stuttgart, DeWitt. If you live within Arkansas County, Monroe, not Des Arc in Prairie County, but southern parts of Prairie County, Lone Oak, Jefferson, it's still Calhoun and Bradley counties are under that severe thunderstorm warning tonight, and that is until 6:30, about the time the news happens. So this is what's going to happen. The old man's going home as soon as the newscast starts at 6:30. That would be me. Simone is capable of taking you through the evenings, and she'll do you a great job. I'm here until 6:30 tonight. The weather threat for central Arkansas is diminishing. We still have a bit of a threat for eastern Arkansas. But I would like to go home, see my family, just like you'd like to see your family. You're just as important, but Simone can handle it, and she'll do a great job for you. She's got to finish her weather forecasting. Our evening crew has to get ready for the 6 o'clock news. And I think the game that's on CBS right now between Ohio State and who is it, Wisconsin? Okay, the game's over. Let me guess, Ohio State won that one? Yeah. So that game's over. The news is at 6:30 tonight, correct? So CBS is going to carry this through 6:30. So there will be a newscast at 6:30 tonight. I look at that. I love it when Perry says yes to me, right, Perry? I love it when you say yes. Yes. You enjoy that food tonight, Perry? There's 3 yeses on that one. Get rid of that inquiry. So the warnings that we have, once again, eastern Arkansas, let's run you through. If you live in Brinkley, Clarendon, down to DeWitt, Stuttgart, Star City, Hampton, this is where we're finding that line bowing out. It's moving quickly. Forecast models were projecting this would be in the state until about 9 or 10 o'clock. This line is going to be out of here by 8, at least the worst of the weather tonight. Northern half of the state, the severe weather threat has greatly diminished. Southern Arkansas, southeast Arkansas, we still have some ingredients for strong to severe weather. So let me see what's happening here on the Facebook. Cleburne County, you're done. Thank you. Searcy, White County, light showers. All right, Greg says, go Hogs. Greg, I hope they can go. Albion, is it Albion? Albion on Highway 16. Courtney, what county is Albion in? Yes, Desiree, Simone will be back and she will walk you through here. She does a great job. Alexis, Cabot is done, not only with the weather, but the high school football team. I'm from Cabot and they're just not having a great year. Darn it. All right, so there we go. That's what's going on weather-wise. Anybody else? Light rain in Searcy. Cabot is done. We still have the severe warnings in effect in east central and eastern Arkansas. Storms continue to move to the northeast. The line is moving to the east. The cell that was in Cleveland County had a bit of a notch with it. It has shown some signs of weakening. Good news there. Tanya, Jefferson County, you probably still have a little ways to go. Depending on where you live in Jefferson County, if you live toward Redfield, you're probably all right. Whitehall, Pine Bluff, it's beginning to get better in those two communities. Where are you? Tanya. Alexis, I was in Cabot, 1976 tornado. The tornado of 76. March 1, 1976. No, I'm sorry, March 29, 1976. March 1 was the March 197 tornado in Arkadelphia. March 29th, 1976. There you go. Anything new to report here? Here, let's see, Little Rock. Yeah, National Weather Service latest warning for wind gusts only. Line is exhibiting bowing out characteristics, which goes along with the warning box, the bowing out, the winds really gusting out ahead of the line. Let me put it back on radar here tonight. Thank you for hanging out with us, giving THV11 Plus a little workout today at Facebook and YouTube. Again, thank you for hanging with us today. We're approaching the 6 o'clock hour. We still have a few severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll carry those through 6:30 tonight, another half hour. And then Simone and the gang will probably have to tap out at about 6:20 so they can get their newscast. Actually, Perry, tell me, how much time do they need before the newscast tonight? Oh, they need 15, so we'll give it through 6:15. Okay, 6:15, and then Simone's got you. She's going to take care of you through the evening. Y'all be nice to her. She does a good job. All right, and I'm sure we'll have more of this stuff this fall and winter to worry about. What's the game update, Perry? What is it? Ball game. Razorbacks. Yeah, that's not good. 21-6. Talon went down with an injury, and that's pretty much the end of the season right there. All right. Let's see if she was able to update the severe watches. Oh, we scored 21-13. KJ, good job. So they 21-13 within one score. Anything's possible. Have some hope, right? It's Bobby Petrino. Hey, it's I just discovered the YouTube tab. Hey, YouTube people, where you been? I don't have any oatmeal cream pies tonight. I did have some barbecue, though. Mighty good. It has cleared. Tina says it's clearing up in Whitehall. Thank you for that report, Tina. So those of you that live in Whitehall, Tina has now become an official weather watcher for THV 11 down in Jefferson County. Light rain. Okay, yeah. David saying some trees down, Caney, DeRoche area. May have been a tornado there. Thank you very much, David. 21-13. Yes, Randy. Casher Wolf, hi back at you. I didn't realize that Simone pulled up the YouTube. You know, these folks, YouTube folks, they hang out all night with you. You know, they take you through the morning hours. They've got nothing better to do, right? Hopefully we won't be that way, though. Judsonia Police, Robert Parsons. Robert, good to see you. It's clear in Pea Ridge. Yes, finally, boom, Pea Ridge, Arkansas. I won't even acknowledge that comment, Big Bass. All right, y'all. Jerry says it's bad in Lone Oak. It's getting better. It's getting better. Well, it'll get better for you there, Lone Oak. The strongest storm is located south of you, Lone Oak County there, and I don't like the way that looks. Hold on a second. Oh, man, come on. Okay, a lot of wind, some rotation, a lot of wind in Lone Oak. Yeah, okay. But that's that bowing out. Let's go to Storm Track 11. This is what the Weather Service is talking about with the latest warning that they posted not long ago that covers up a lot of real estate here in eastern Arkansas. Storm Track 11. This is what I'll do. Let me do, okay. So you got Lone Oak. If you can put it up on the monitor for me, I'll pop in there, Perry, and walk our way through it. You can put me up there too, okay? No, in the big monitor here behind me. Since I'm here, if I walk over to Chroma, and I can't maneuver that way, but I'll find a way to do it next time. How about that? For the bowing out part of the storm, this is what the Weather Service is talking about. You see how it bows out? And that's a strong indication that there's some large, big winds with this severe thunderstorm warning. Wind gusts 50, 60 miles per hour. So you have a bowing structure here. You've got a lot of wind. The box kind of cuts just to the west of Humnoak through Humphrey, Arkansas, and south. So this will continue to pivot to the east. We'll move out of the THV 11 and the National Weather Service's viewing area here in the next hour. So it becomes Memphis's problem. It can go to Memphis. Yeah, Little Rock is pretty much in the clear when it comes to the severe threat. There's still a little rain out in West Little Rock, okay? Ashley County. Well, Ashley and Chico counties are not under watches yet, but they still have a little ways to go. Storms may develop in northern Louisiana and move through Ashley and Chico County. There could be a strong to severe storm there later. The good news is we're losing the influence of the daytime heating. That's probably the best news. So your CAPE comes down, instability comes down a bit. So just keep that in mind. But you still have quite a bit of wind energy with these thunderstorms. St. Francis County is in eastern Arkansas. And that is the National Weather Service out of Memphis and the folks up in Jonesboro. They usually take care of that area. Okay? I'm going to go back and forth from Facebook to YouTube here. Ole Miss 35, Alabama 43. Ole Miss is playing Georgia. Did Georgia come back and win that one? Oh, wow. How about that? And I thought Ole Miss had them. Yep. I need to get out and ask about Sherwood, but you keep skipping my comment. I'm sorry, Jasper. I'm not trying to. I'm not, it's not that I'm skipping, it's just that people are asking and I'm not seeing all of them. Sherwood's fine. You're going to run into a little rain, but the severe threat is over in Sherwood. Okay. The watches, let's go back to the page here. So the watches have now, for the severe thunderstorm watches, looks like they've all been pretty much removed, but Pulaski County still has the tornado watch. I really think Pulaski, Faulkner, Saline, Hot Spring, even the counties in southwest Arkansas, I don't see the need of keeping those. It's not up to me to remove them, but the severe threat is really confined now to this part of the state, those eastern 2 to 3 rows of counties where we have severe thunderstorm warnings currently. But in terms of the tornado threat, yeah, that's backed way off. I would say El Dorado westward, Texarkana, El Dorado, Camden, Arkadelphia, these counties are probably looking good, and I would imagine they'll start carving back on those counties here after a while. Simone has put together the latest timing. Let me share this with you so that you have peace of mind tonight. That's what we want, peace of mind. And we want a Razorback victory, but peace of mind from the severe weather threat. Here you go. Severe weather threat has ended. This white line, that way, all right? That's a good part of the state. About the western 2/3 of Arkansas, the severe weather threat has come to an end. Doesn't mean you won't see a thunderstorm or some rain, but the severe weather threat has come to an end. Again, I mentioned once that line moves through your area, the severe weather threat drops off. Now through 8 o'clock, eastern Arkansas, things are speeding along nicely. Overnight tonight, the front will move through. You might still hear a rumble or two of thunder. Front moves through, winds pick up out of the northwest, drier air begins to move in, and it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Gorgeous Sunday coming up. I may not get out of bed. This, if we go to Storm Track real quick, Perry, this goes in line with the line that she drew. There is the line. Let me make it bigger. There is the line, and it's in line with what she had. And this is the only box. The box has been carved back a little bit. It's pushing forward. The reason the Weather Service stopped it here, and you're not seeing it in Helena, West Helena, Marianna, Forest City, that is the responsibility of the Weather Service in Memphis. And they'll decide whether or not to extend those warnings after 6:30. It's 6:02. I'm going to be with you for another 13 minutes. Then I've got to let them get their newscast ready. But the severe weather timeline, certainly some good news everywhere west of this. Pine Bluff, Sheridan, Little Rock, Searcy, Heber Springs, Conway, Russellville. It's clearing out here in western Arkansas. And, you know, it wasn't supposed to be that bad of a day today. It really wasn't, but there were some places that had warnings, and we had one tornado touchdown. Couldn't rule it out, that's for sure. UAPB and Grambling delayed due to weather. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I thought it was a 2:30 game. Okay. Potential for I-30 Brinkley to Texarkana. Okay, well, you still got a ways to go. Forest City, Brinkley here, 30. So there's going to be storms in the Brinkley area, Forest City area for another hour or two. But from Little Rock down to Texarkana, the weather is going to be improving. It's drying out. They did? What's the score? They just scored again? Wow. So this might actually turn out to be a decent game. Chris Burns. That may have been that 13th point you were talking about. Yeah. Sure. You know, I just got a nice question about have not heard, Cashier Wolf have not heard about the damage from where the tornado touched down. And since it's late in the evening, the Weather Service probably won't send anybody out tonight, but they may send somebody out tomorrow. Some tree damage, that's all I've heard, but it could change when they get out there and take a look. It may have been a very quick, brief touchdown, and the thing went back up in the sky and fell apart. Let's take a look outside, Perry, if we can. Are the camera shot looking westbound? 6:04, the sun sets around 6:30. I can see some clearing in the distance there. Still raining a bit outside, but beginning to see the end of the nasty weather, that is for sure. But wanted to share that with you. Timeline for severe weather. If you're just joining us here, you're watching THV 11 Plus, you're watching YouTube, you're watching us on all of the platforms. If you want, we can take a switch back over to Max 1 and the severe weather timeline here, Perry, and show you where the threat is over with. And the threat is over with everywhere west of that white line. We still have a bit of a threat north from now to 8 o'clock for eastern Arkansas. If you live in places like Wynne, Jonesboro, Stuttgart, Pine Bluff. Searcy, I really believe that we could push that line through White County. Really, Searcy down to through part of Bradley County. Yeah, I think Searcy's out of it as well. Judsonia, Searcy, Bald Knob, severe weather threat there's really not much of a threat of severe weather for you anyway, but the threat is really coming to an end. That's our weather impact. Let me find, let's go to radar. There we are. Hey, once again, no pulling no punches here, no surprises. I have to let our directors get ready for the 6:30 newscast. Wow, 21-20 at the half. Arkansas caught up. Wow. Man, I'm impressed. Yes. Live radar. Let's go to radar. You're looking at it. The line is in eastern and southeastern Arkansas. The strongest thunderstorm activity is now in that little, I like to call the appendage of Jefferson County, the peninsula, Arkansas County, Prairie, Monroe, those counties under severe thunderstorm warnings for the potential for some strong and damaging wind gusts. A little area of rain moving through the Little Rock area, but notice how things clear out. You get west of Little Rock over to Mena, Clinton, Fort Smith. Fayetteville is going to be a beautiful evening, second half of football. Let's hope KJ can pull them through, right? Let's hope that that's the way it is. And here, hopefully, in the next 25, 30 minutes or so, we'll get the newscast ready. Simone won't have a whole lot to talk about in weather. She'll update you on radar, give you an idea of when this threat comes to an end. That looks like 4:30, okay. Showing you an accident on 4:30. Off to the right is the Rodney Parham exit. Over to the left where the police officer is located, that's 4:30 heading south. So that's 4:30 south with the accident. SP, you're welcome. DeWitt, Southern Girl in DeWitt, Arkansas County. Let's see here. If you're in Arkansas County, that line of storms is still just to your west. You still have a little ways to go. It's moving through and into Stuttgart, Ullum, Grady. I drove through Grady recently. You know, they used to have this, I can't remember the name of the family, but they had this big farm in Grady where they had all of the, the melons, cantaloupes, watermelon. I think they had a kids area. BJ, Robin, and Tom, 100 years ago, we went out there for a live morning show shot. It was a lot of fun. I couldn't find them this time on the way up 65. But we went from Grady down through Dumas, Tiller, McGee. We didn't go through Dermont, but where's that? Oh, Eudora. Let's see, where is it? I guess it was Dumas, where you have to slow down. You got to slow down going through there. When it says 45, they mean 25. That's what they mean. But anyway, DeWitt, to be perfectly honest with you, DeWitt, you still have about another 30, 45 minutes for that line gets to you. Okay? Crazy Manna something or another. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Okay. Okay. Grambling 14, UAPB 7, it's delayed. Thank you, Tanya, for that. Yeah, Abby's not going to be happy with me. I told her that the game would probably be all right. Oops. That's what we weathermen do the best. We lie, don't we? Don't you laugh at me, Perry. Perry's laughing. Yeah, Vandy beat LSU. Arkansas has become the new Vanderbilt of the SEC. That's unfortunate. Well, that's true, unfortunately. We just got to find us a coach that can get some athletes up there. Not that we don't have them. We have them. All right, enough of that. Enough commentary about that. Radar, once again, southeast Arkansas. This is the hot spot right now. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning for a part of Lincoln County, and it has now been extended through Arkansas and the northern part of Diminishes. It goes all the way up into Monroe County. Follow the county outline. That's where you find the warning box. Lonoke County over to Prairie County. So although Cabot is out of the woods, you may still have a little bit to worry about there near Carlisle. Just some heavy rain and some wind. The strongest thunderstorms are within this line: Lincoln County, southwest Lincoln County, and northeastern Bradley County. So these individual cells traveling to the northeast. Now got 4 minutes left. Okay. And I'm going to turn on velocity. But I will be, I'll be checking out here as soon as I turn it over to them. I would stay if I really thought there were a significant tornado threat. There might still be a warning in those southeast Arkansas counties. But let me just say this before we check out here. And for those of you that are tuning in, Facebook Live and your YouTubes, and I do appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out with us. We get a lot of eyeballs come in, check out their location. We just want to make sure you're safe. My number one priority here, learned a lot from Ed Buckner about this. Our number one priority is keep you safe. And I know there's some folks that are unhappy that we broke in during the games, on our main channel. We're going to be using a lot of THV 11 Plus to track storms. So we may break in the future briefly and then encourage you to come over to Plus. If you don't have THV 11 Plus and you're watching us on your phone app, it's an easy download. It's a free download. If you've got a smart TV, download it from Amazon Fire Stick, Samsung TVs, the newer TVs. You can download the app. Apple. Am I forgetting one, Perry? Amazon, Apple. Think I got it all. Free download. Pop it in. Turn it on. We'll be streaming and we'll keep you up to date. Thank you. YouTube. We'll jump on YouTube. We'll jump on the Facebooks and keep you safe. That's all we can do. I don't like cutting into our main channel during sporting events. Having done this a while, I've been here when Ed and I would get nasty phone calls and people would threaten us. It just doesn't work that well for you if you're going to do that. Just remember that terroristic threatening is a crime in Arkansas. But we don't like doing that. But your safety is our responsibility. We do this because it's our job. And, I can say we like doing that. I don't like severe weather. I don't like tornadoes. But my job is to make sure you're safe. Thank you for watching me today. Thank you for watching Simone. After I get off here, we're going to get ready for the 6:30 newscast. Simone is going to update you on the weather conditions. I'm going to head out, and she's going to pop back on and stream until this line is out of the state after the 6:30 newscast. We do appreciate your time and your efforts and your energy. Let's show you radar one more time before I check out. And again, the weather that we have over Lonoke and Prairie, Monroe counties, Arkansas counties, Lincoln County, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. That is the only warning that we have right now. And that warning remains in effect until 6:30 tonight. Arkansas, Lincoln, Monroe, and Prairie counties, you're under the warning. So you're going to be experiencing some straight line winds, gusty winds, maybe a little bit of hail with this. We'll keep a close eye on the storms that are now in south of Lincoln County, Star City area. Okay? Jesse, that's great. Always thought Ed and I were brothers. Wow. Well, thank you. We were very close in age. And we both started at the same time, and I learned a lot from him, and we had a good time together. And it's a joy working with his daughter, Brooke Buckner. She's doing a fabulous job. Thank you, Jesse. We appreciate that. That is going to wrap it up here. It's right at 6. It's just a little under 6:15. Again, thank you for trusting us. We'll be back with you. Simone will have the latest on your forecast, and she will stream after 7 o'clock to make sure these storms get out of the state and you keep safe. Y'all take care. Have a great day, and we'll see you next time.